Try again.
Hyper
Tellurians.
Tellurian. I was really close.
The closest of all of us.
So, this system is another in the continuing chronicles of our playing like OSR style games, which are like kind of lighter on the rules and are more inspired by the old school sort of philosophy, like early D&D and that sort of thing.
But less numbers.
What?
But less numbers.
Fewer, smaller numbers, that sort of thing. Yeah, it's not. It's basically the tonal opposite of like Pathfinder, right? Yeah.
Down.
So,
Good boy.
the gist of Hypertellurians is that it is. The rules are designed to be like light and simple and fast. The character generation is supposed to be like pretty open-ended. You basically pick like an archetype, and then you sort of construct your character out of some scores and a set of powers and that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. But the actual sort of particulars of your character in terms of like the aesthetic and there's, classes are not a thing. Like races are not a thing. Like you are the thing that you are, right? And so you kind of work together with your GM to like, figure that out, right? And it's meant to be like it's a kind of a game where it takes like Conan the Barbarian, right? Like sword and sandals, like going out into the deserts and fighting like weird wizards in like snake pits and stuff like that, crossed with like what they call ray punk, which is a kind of like it's like think about steampunk and how that has a fetish for like steam technology and like the Victorian era stuff. Ray punk is like that, but for like the idea of the future in the 1950s. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like we're heading off in sleek rocket ships, and everybody's got a molecular, phaser disintegration ray. Yeah.
The art is just brilliant.
It's a great,
It's just
art's lovely. So it's you fight sword-wielding monsters in desert landscapes while cruising in your levitating sand ships. It's that kind of game, right?
Nice.
And because it's like classless and speciesless and that sort of thing, like the mechanics aren't tied to those things. Anybody can learn magic. Like magic is just like you have a tome on you, you read the tome, you cast the spell. Eventually you may be able to like commit that to memory, you don't need the tome anymore. So you can just learn magic. Anybody can try it,
Give me that book.
I mean, it is that
I
simple.
know how to
Like,
read.
I literally
I'm a
have the
wizard
magic
now.
item now. I'm going to cast magic now. Now, if their mind is not that good, their attribute, then like it's going to be harder to do. It's going to hurt more. So you have 3 abilities or statistics, right? You've got brawn, agility, and mind. Bam! That's the easy way to remember that.
Yep.
Brawn is exactly what you think it is. It's like sort of physical toughness and resilience, right? Your life force, your hardiness, right?
Fighty punchiness.
Fighty punchiness, yes.
Well, in terms of melee, yes, that's brawn, right? Agility is, dexterity, it's speed, it's flexibility, it's that sort of thing, right? It's the kind of thing that you add the modifier to when you're doing a ranged attack, right? It's that mix. And then mind is basically everything else, right? It's like charisma and intelligence kind of plugged into one thing, right? It's your personality and your logical faculties, right? And those things are all going to have a score between like 8 and 13. It can be higher than that as you're putting your character together and making your way through the game and stuff. But those scores you'll subtract 10 from, and that'll get you a modifier.
Nice.
So 13 would have a modifier of +3. Makes sense.
Okay.
8 would have a modifier of -2. Right? That makes sense.
So one of those up there.
your brawn score, whatever that ends up being, 9, 10, 12, whatever, that's how many slots you have on the equipment right there. And that's how many things that you can carry at a time.
Nice.
Right?
Okay.
And basically they're meant to be like, if you have those things in those slots and they're not in like a backpack or a bag, which is an optional thing, like that's not a standard feature of the game. It's like if you really want a bag or a backpack to carry more things in fewer slots, you can do that. But everything on that list in those slots is quick and easy to carry. So there's not like drawing a weapon or sheathing a weapon is not an action. You just do it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like
Opening a door is not an action. You just do it. Talking to your... That's not an action. That doesn't count as like actions. It's just things that you do. So anything that you've got in those slots, you can get out at a moment's notice. Right. If you carry more than that, you're encumbered, and that basically means like I'll just decide what that means. If you're in water, you're going to drown. You know, like yeah. If you are, plummeting to the earth, you'll plummet to the earth faster. Right. Basically,
Harder.
logical, like sensible
Physics.
things. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh,
For each statistic, brawn, agility, or mind, you'll have what's called an affinity, depending on what kind of archetype you chose, and later what like advancements or like character progression choices you make. An affinity is basically like think of an affinity as like soak,
okay.
right? So if something is going to target your, let's say I hit you with a bat. That's going to target your brawn. You're going to take brawn damage from that because it's actively trying to hurt you physically, right? As opposed to like psychic powers, which would harm mind, right? That makes sense. So if I beat you with a bat and I deal you 6 points of damage, if you've got an affinity of 2 for brawn, it's 4 damage instead.
Also, it's just subtraction. Okay.
Yeah, it's a soak value for that specific kind of damage. And, affinities for agility and mind work the same way. If it's targeting mind or targeting agility, it acts as a soak. It soaks up damage. There are also parts called buffers. Buffers are like, you may or may not have a buffer for your statistic, and it may or may not be, 1, 2, 3, whatever. Right. Basically, the way that the damage works is that you can take damage in those 3 statistics in a kind of a very old school way. Like, not that you lose points from your intelligence or charisma like you would in like AD&D or whatever, but you will take damage to like those specific statistics. If you take damage equal to your score, you take you have to roll on physical or mental trauma tables. Like, now you're knocked out, or now you're immobilized, or whatever.
You have a migraine headache.
And so things will get progressively worse from there to the point where you'll get knocked out, or you'll maybe die. You'll get knocked out of the fight completely. Buffers enable you to take more damage before having to check for those things.
Okay.
So if your brawn score was a 13 and you had a buffer of 2, you would need to take 15 brawn damage
Wow, that's a lot.
in order to check for that physical trauma, right? So even if you hit 13, which is your score, you're still okay. You don't have to check yet. But those extra 2 points, you're done. Now, if you have more damage than you do in a certain score, even plus buffer, it feeds over into the next attribute. So if I had a score of brawn, which is 13, and a buffer of 2, that means I can take 15 damage brawn before having to roll on physical trauma, right? Suppose I take 17 damage. First of all, shit.
That's rough.
Secondly, that not only fills up the brawn score and the buffer, so you're going to have to roll on physical trauma, but the extra 2 goes to agility damage. Does that make sense?
Oh.
Which will then feed
So
into... It carries over to mind damage. And then it starts over, carrying back over into brawn damage.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I see.
Whoa. Now, getting a full damage score in one of the statistics it's unfortunate. Like I said, you're going to have to roll for physical or mental trauma, which could like knock you out of the fight or make it so that you can't move well or whatever. That's not the worst thing. The problem is if you hit scores in 2 attributes, 2 statistics, then you start rolling on the critical table, which is like, now you're dead. Right? So that explains why, like, it may seem like, oh, well, I'll just max out on my scores and I'll be fine. No. When 2 scores hit max, like, that's when you start rolling on the bad table where you might die. So just to keep that in mind.
When you're having a bad day.
It makes a lot more sense like in play than it does sort of mathing it out right now. But defense is your AC. I mean, let's just think of it like that, right? It's the number that if you or the other person is going to have to roll in order to deal damage. Right. What that is it's your agility plus, if you got a shield, that counters in, plus any kind of like modifiers from like a power or like a magic spell is temporarily increasing that stuff. That's your number. Right. Let's see.
Does a robe give you any extra AC?
A robe? No. If it's not specifically...
What if it's a hooded robe?
No. It'll make you look more like the Assassin's Creed man.
Nice.
But
okay.
Other than that,
I'll just put a 10 in my defense then.
you can have advantage and disadvantage on checks, which work exactly like they do in 5e. Like you roll twice, take the higher or the lower. Right.
Armor works differently, though.
Armor does work differently. Yes. Armor is a kind of a soak.
Yeah.
Right. It's an additional kind of soak.
So
you've got the soak for affinities, which are like specific to brawn damage or agility damage or whatever. But you've also got armor, which, if it's like physical armor, like if you're literally wearing a suit of armor, that's gonna reasonably cover brawn and agility damage, right? That makes sense because that's all physical stuff. So it'll soak from both of those. That makes sense. Light armor will soak 1, medium armor will soak 2, heavy armor will soak 3. It's that simple. Right. There are costs to wearing like heavy armor and wielding heavy weapons, specifically like huge weapons, because if you miss, they deal brawn damage because they're exhausting. Or if the act of like wearing the heavy armor and like moving around and doing stuff in it is exhausting. Right. So we'll cross that bridge if we come to it.
Well, it sounds like G's character is going to be wearing heavy armor.
Nope.
Well, it specifically states in the thing that if you're a beginning character, you should not be having this then.
Yeah.
It suggests heavy armor for like advanced characters who've like had a couple of rounds in them.
I have right here.
No, I was joking. When you were asking about robes, I'm like, well, I know what G's played.
Crits are a thing, 1s and 20s, right? And they do exactly what you think they do, right? Like 1s automatically fail, 20s succeed in some extra way, or they deal maximum damage in the case of a combat thing. Distance and positioning, there's like 3 zones. There's close to you, short, and long. That's it.
Okay.
So,
nice and simple.
Handful of steps is close. You take an action to traverse to a short distance, and then long is like would require 2 combat actions to get there. Anything beyond that is just like that's 100 yards away or whatever. We'll throw a number at it. And makes sense. Let's see. Okay. Like I said, there's a lot in this game that's like meant to be sort of. There's natural language, and it's supposed to be reasonable in that, like, okay, so you're taking poison damage. Okay. In the case of a poison, like, you're going to take an ongoing, 1 HP from your health every round, like from your brawn. You'll take 1 brawn damage every round, unless you get that taken care of. Right. That makes sense because there's a kind of like there's a logic there that we can all kind of agree on, right? And if we can't agree on it, well, my word is law. But there are so that's how the game is kind of set up. It's meant to be like a reasonable conversation between the four of us about like, does this rule make sense? Like, does this stuff make sense? Can we all agree on that this is how this works, right? In the old school style. So I talked about equipment already. Equipment has tags. Tags like armor piercing or long, knockback, magic, see that sort of thing, right? And those tags mean certain things for either weapons or armor, right? Like if a weapon has the tag one shot, it means you use it and then the weapon is destroyed. It's a one-shot thing, like a flask of alchemist's fire or like a grenade or something. You know what I mean? Like that makes sense that that's a one-shot thing. Armor can have a tag on it like noisy, which is exactly what it sounds like. Like there's no like being particularly stealthy in this armor because it clanks and clanks around. Let's see here.
Sorry, off topic. They always
God
sell
damn.
dog treats
What is
in
it?
a very appealing to humans way.
Yes, I
They do.
I'm sitting here looking at it and
the forbidden
drooling.
fruit. Yeah.
Do you want one?
No.
Well,
I
look,
just-
the reason I have dog treats on the table, I am attempting to ABA our dog.
Oh.
So whenever he's quiet, I give him part of a treat. So hopefully to teach him to shut the fuck up.
Nice.
So if you could all do me a solid and ignore him if he is whining. If he is quiet, then pet him.
Can do.
And yelling and kicking is also attention. Mostly that's aimed at Jason, but
Don't kick the dog.
no, you
Don't
don't.
call the ASPCA.
But you do yell and throw
Oh, sure.
pencils at him.
Well, of course.
occasionally.
Yeah.
But that is what I'm
I know
attempting
he
to
can
do.
dodge them.
So
Um,
yeah, you can't even catch food I throw at him. He's definitely
so,
can dodge a pencil.
so concept is very simple. That's a couple of like. That's a sentence or two. Like, what are you? What's your whole deal? Right. Like, I'm a time traveling like Amish carpenter who is dedicated to bringing about the end of communism. I don't know. Like that's your whole thing.
Yeah.
Like that's you.
Put it in a concept.
Why? I don't know, but that's you.
it
You
just
know,
is.
like your drive is a thing that like it gives you some role playing hints and it gets you a starting item, which it'll be relevant to like your drive. It might be exploration, it might be arcane knowledge, enlightenment, whatever. It's kind of a big picture thing about what's your
want.
drive for. Weaknesses are it's another like role playing tag, like you are acutely afraid of like frogs,
Plastic? Okay.
right?
Dogs.
Like you can't stand them, and anywhere that anything is even remotely frog-like or shaped, you freak out, right? That gives you and me opportunities to make things complicated, right?
Oh, wonderful.
So it's that back and forth of like, pick something you might want to encounter as well.
Well, it is very much like look forward to failure, look forward to weakness opportunities because there's fun there. Don't make it this will never happen.
This is not a straight grim dark.
It definitely is not even a little bit. You'll also have powers are broken up into two forms. There's the powers you're going to get from your archetype. You'll start with some minor powers or whatever that have to do with like the particular archetype you chose, like the Revenant or the Noble or whatever it is. And you're kind of, and you'll get as you make advances on your character, further greater powers in that archetype. But you also get to pick what are called cosm powers. Cosm powers are like available to anybody regardless of their archetype. So you've got your archetype powers, but then you can cherry pick from the cosm powers, put those on too. And those are just things that you can do, like special things. In the same way that class features in D&D, you have those things. You decide, you just pick and choose. You decide what you want. Let me see here. Finally, there's Wonder. Wonder is a currency that is shared with everybody. Whole party's got Wonder. The idea is that as you discover meat shit,
Meat shit?
yes, as you discover meat shit, like
did you hear?
provolone or capicola or
Provolone's a cheese.
like provolone or capicola,
What did you say? I thought you said meat shit.
meat
Neat.
shit,
So sorry.
interesting things, novel things,
That makes so
I mean,
much more sense.
A meat shit is kind of interesting.
things
Yeah.
that evoke wonder,
The game
right?
is getting better and better.
You will get wonder points, right? You'll get wonder, and those will go into a pool that everybody can use, right? And the idea is that you'll have this pool, and you can do the things on the back of your sheet, these wondrous actions, whether in general or in combat. It allows you to do remarkable things, like you can do a cold shot by spending 2 wonder to do some extra
Oh, wow,
effect in
they're
combat.
pricey.
You can spend 6 wonder.
Wow, yeah, they are.
You can spend 6 wonder to, like, physically manifest a relevant, experienced memory for a scene, which will be wildly
Fantastic.
beneficial, right? It's
I
that
wish
kind
I
of
can
thing.
do that in life.
Yeah.
I see why it's so pricey, though.
The thing is, though, everybody has to unanimously agree to do the thing because it's a shared pool.
Right.
Makes sense.
Awesome.
It's not like a bowl of popcorn or anything like that, where just people are just like picking and choosing at any time. It's like it's a bowl of like gold doubloons, where it's like, oh no, what are you doing there?
Hold on.
Put that back. No, we didn't agree to this. You have to. Everybody has to come together and say, okay, we're going to spend some wonder on this. The good thing about that is that as you spend wonder, that is how you're getting advancements in your character. Like, so if the party spent 10 wonder in total, they would get a minor advancement. Each person would get a minor advancement. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. If they spent 20, they would get a major advancement or whatever, right? And it continues to build like that and then sort of ticks back over, right?
We need this wonder point system for our camper game. Or if anyone wants to do something batshit crazy, we have to all agree on it.
Okay. It's not in the.
I'm not looking at Robert right now.
That's not in the I know. That's not in the mechanics of that game, unfortunately.
But you
Okay.
could. You could
We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. But yeah, so that you're encouraged to spend those things because your character's not going to get like. I hesitate to say better, right? Your character's not going to grow in like mechanical terms, power terms, right?
If they don't.
If you don't spend your wonder, right?
Nice.
So it's this kind of loop that encourages you to go out and see new and crazy shit, and then like do these crazy things, and then keep doing that. Keep
the loop
on and
alive.
on, right? So that should be pretty straightforward.
Just as a side note, last Sunday, my character done the least crazy thing.
I mean, it was the most like teenage thing you could have done. Yeah,
It is.
sneak out and go to like a record shop. I mean, it's essentially. So I think that's all you need to know right now. We'll talk about combat when we get into it. It's pretty simple too.
I love the initiative system in this.
Yeah, initiative system's great, simple, and there's very little to worry about in terms of like stuff. Like there are some numbers, your powers. That's it. Like it all sort of makes sense. And then basically, this is the kind of game where you'll tell me the kind of thing that you want to do, and we'll say like, okay, well that sounds like a Brawn 12 check. Roll, add your Brawn mod, see if you beat that. Ah,
So there we
okay,
go.
you did lift the submarine.
Sometimes you want to lift submarines.
What is extremity?
What's that? Where?
What is extremity? What's the word? What does it mean in English?
Extremity,
Explain,
like
translate
like
it to me.
your
An arm, a leg is an
Arm, a
extremity.
leg,
It's something outside of the core.
the core of your
Or the
body, like where the
center?
torso is.
Yeah.
Like, your
So,
like
like-
a pseudopod.
Yeah, or in
well,
terms
no,
of like a
literally
city.
your
Okay.
Yeah, like
Okay.
a city. Anybody who lived on the edge of of a city would be on the extremity of the city.
Okay.
the furthest
Got
point
it.
or limit of something. So like your hand is it getting like an
Fingers.
extremity? Extremities of the body are limbs and appendages, right? So
Okay.
arms, feet, legs, feet. I said feet twice. Hands.
Yep.
That sort of thing.
Arm feet.
Why? Where do you see that? In
just
your
in
powers.
my,
Cool. Yeah. So, what we're going to do, there are two ways to put characters together. There's a really fast way for people who are at a con, basically, or who, are new to Earth and have never played a role-playing game before. Like your
Need
mom.
that quick in. Yeah.
And there's a little more finer grain thing that we're going to do because you guys are all experienced. Right. So the first thing to do is to choose an archetype. Okay. Now there are, if I'm remembering correctly, 6 archetypes.
According to the top of my sheet, yes.
Yeah, you'll see that they're labeled on the top of the sheet, and actually you can circle whichever one you end up picking, right? Just to kind of remind you. There's alien, which sounds exactly what it's exactly what it sounds like. Beast, which is some kind of like animal or savagely connected thing. Like this is where your orcs are falling in. This is where your shapeshifters, like specifically like turning into a tiger person or whatever, like that.
So Steve and I are just automatically circling this as we go.
Not automatically, but you're kind of gravitated. Constructs, robots, AI, like sentient crystals, whatever. Like
Magic golems.
Yeah. Revenants, vampires, the undead, right? Anything that
Interesting to see.
anything that should be dead but is not.
Funnily enough, they put AI under an alien for some reason.
They've got some overlap. There's one where
Well, there's a way to like, yeah.
Yeah. It can definitely change based on what's important to you.
That's where these
Right,
are cracking.
right.
There are royals, which are like,
This is like a game where you can actually play a rich asshole.
yeah, I mean, yeah.
Just like
You'll play like a prince or an ambassador or like whatever, like somebody whose whole shtick
our
is
live
that
game kind of
they have-
work so well. So
their whole shtick is that they have power through either
gotta be a rich asshole here.
status in society or money, or maybe they've got the right of kings. Literally, it's literally a stick that they have. Whatever. Like, and then there's the Ultranaut, which is it's kind of a catch-all thing for basically like any sort of character type who's just like cruising through the fucking many planes of the ultracosm and like just doing weird shit like stranded like rocket engineers and like
Cool.
the time traveling Amish carpenter that I talked about, the common stock character.
You're starting to sell me on it.
Yeah.
I was surprised to find Magical Girl on.
Yeah, I mean that's one of those things that can
They
fall
want
under
that reach.
Ultranaut is like
Yeah.
magical girl. Like that's a
I
totally
was just thinking about the doctor.
that's a
honestly.
thing. That's a perfect example of an Ultranaut. But yeah, so those are your archetypes, and those archetypes will get you, will give you starting powers, which are defining for like that particular archetype. Let's say, for instance, that you decided to go with the beast. All right. You get 2 starting powers with that. You get something called Feral Mind and something called Natural Born Killer. Natural Born Killer is the easiest thing to explain really quickly because it's literally like you have a natural weapon. Choose whatever that may be. Like, I'm going to pick a medium weapon. It'll do 1d8 damage. And it's attached, which means it's not easily disarmed, right? Because it's literally a part of me. And I'm going to say that that's, my dangerous teeth. Right. There you go. That's your thing. Done.
Boom,
That's
there.
your power. So you permanently have, well, I wouldn't say permanently, but you have this thing attached to you as part of your beastly form or whatever. That's another weapon for you. So even if you're disarmed, surprise, motherfucker, I've got claws or, what have you. And then Feral Mind is like, once per session as a free action, you can like wipe away any damage you take to your brawn or your ability. You'll take some mind damage. And you'll basically go into like this primal rage state where all your attacks deal an extra 1d6 and all your thoughts are basically fight, flight, or mate. And like that's all you know, and like you're there, and then you may have trouble separating friend from foe, and you may like come to afterwards like, what the hell did I do? It's that kind of thing. You go into like it's a combination of like shape. It's a shape-shifting berserker frenzy rage thing, right? Unleashing the animal within. Right.
Okay.
Release the beast.
And so, as by picking an archetype, you get those starting powers. Just that's your thing. Those starting powers are yours. You write them down. Then we'll do ability scores, right? And then continue on from there, right? So, G, you've already got an archetype.
I got all my character ready to play.
Okay, what's your archetype?
Who are you?
So I went with pre-gen, but I sprinkled up a little more to that. I went with manifested AI.
Right. Okay.
Excuse me. Alien. Do you want me to go just...
Not just yet, but I just wanted to know like what you were.
Yeah.
Who
AI.
are we dealing with?
AI caster, pretty much.
Rich asshole is what I'm picking up.
That's
what you literally said.
Not a royal.
Come on.
Oh, excuse me.
No,
Sorry,
no,
not
royal
royal.
adjacent?
No. I'm just a pure AI, and I'm a like ranged caster, I guess.
Cool.
In the terms of just doing things.
Jason swears we're going to get back to La Marasma, for the record.
I promise. I promise.
Oh, okay. I'm
Mostly, partially, probably at least because I might throttle him if we don't. But also, he really likes it.
I'll poke him every once in a while on Mondays.
He likes La Marasma or the throttling?
I don't like the throttling.
Not in my experience, no.
I like La Marasma enough to not like commit to when I'm
Rush
obviously
into it.
gonna like botch it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I got that feel when you were mentioning, like, you know, getting back into it and what you were hoping to try to find there. Made
Yeah.
sense.
So you guys should have like either on your phones or your laptops or anything. Go to the link that I put in the Facebook thing, and you got the
That was
rules,
super
right?
helpful.
Okay.
And so all you got to do is like look through that stuff and choose an archetype, and then we'll go forward, right? And again, as we're putting these characters together, we're deciding together what they are, right? Like how they're going to manifest in game. Like what do they look like? What's their whole shtick? What's their history? Like, you know. Yeah, that's going to be more on your side than it is on mine. I'll be sort of like the check and balance system where I'll be like, okay, well, you want a ray gun. Well, like, that's going to be a medium ranged weapon that'll do 1d8 and, like, you know, we'll figure that
1d8. Wow.
We'll figure the mechanical stuff out together.
I have one credit chip that is rarely accepted.
No.
Your credit's not good
And
here,
bitch.
stranger.
Right. So, I don't know.
Mostly because you end up on planets where, like,
Yeah.
their
Want some gold?
their currency is like shiny stones.
Yeah.
They haven't invented computers yet, so they're just like, oh, well, okay.
Do you guys have Apple Pay?
Yeah. Showing up in the Mesozoic era with a fucking Visa card, like, okay.
Sending stuff your way.
Yeah, so this is the game that encourages you to, like, whatever your weird thing
Desires,
is, whatever your weird character desire is,
Oh.
play it.
We're
Do you
gonna-
want to be like,
I feel like we're going to explore a lot about each other today.
oh yeah, definitely.
You're only getting the surface stuff from me.
Do you want to be a genie without a lamp?
Right? That's...
You can do
Oh.
that.
I started building that out, and then I'm like, no, I have other ideas. And immediately scrapped it.
Do you want a femme fatale from an occult totalitarian regime?
That's like half of my.
It's not the totalitarian regime, it's a communist.
I thought
What's
you
a
were
good
playing
word
that
for that?
in Marasma.
What? The
Community
Cultists
feels
from-
too small.
Cult, right?
Dang it.
Collective?
Collective, there you go.
Yeah.
Mostly she just
An
has
exiled queen?
family issues.
That's the other half.
A drowned undead? A clockwork doctor? A Knoll madam who runs a brothel? Like literally a madam?
That's pretty solid.
A learned centaur? Like, just... That's
Yeah.
you. Congratulations,
Like
you're the thing.
anything, yeah. What was the...
Whatever your crazy fucking
One of the
mind
cool
desires.
ones? It was like superhero girl.
Magical girl, yeah.
Magic. Can
Like
I be
Sailor
like
Moon,
magical boy?
I mean, yeah.
No?
I mean,
yeah.
You could be
We're not big on
I don't
gender
think there were
here.
ever male Sailor Scouts, but you can be like the male version of Sailor Moon.
Yeah.
Sailor
Seriously.
Steve.
I don't
There
want
you
to like say anything bad about the artist who put these masterpieces here, but it's like I feel like I did that in 7th grade.
To be fair, they are the exact thing I would expect to see out of like an 80s or 90s publication.
Yeah.
Where it's like I'll look at it and go like, yeah, I've seen more photorealistic art, but
Also drawn by
Kinda like the look.
author's spouse, so maybe.
nice, yeah,
This is the Count
classic
Quincy
duo.
from
Jones.
Sesame Street.
Oh my god,
Oh, what?
yes.
Weakness: compulsion to count tiny spilled objects.
Well, no, it's, no.
That's a
That's-
vampire thing too, right?
that's
legit
but it makes me think of
vampire,
the
yeah.
fucking Count.
No,
Well,
that is-
Yeah, like for real though.
Honestly, it's less of that and more of actual vampire.
But it's more.
It is that.
Okay, yeah. you're
Which
right.
now that you've mentioned that, I realize that might actually be
From-
inspiration for the Count.
Yeah, I think you're
Yeah.
right.
Is
It's the other way around.
leaning into that, yeah.
Yeah, the undead's fear of running water.
What's with that?
That was another old vampire myth.
They don't like to cross running water. It's something
Yeah.
to do with like
Why though? I've always heard it.
it's like the purity of the earth or something. I don't know. It's an old thing that nobody pays
I think
attention to
it.
anymore.
I think it ties in with the whole they must be invited in.
No,
so
I
there's
think-
like never one
I
constant.
think
kind
it's
of thing.
like
I don't know.
holy water, and the vampire is not sure if this water is holy or
Right.
not. So they're like,
There's no way to test. Right now.
yeah.
I mean, Big Throw would
Hey,
be.
Trevor. Get into the river and see if it's open. I mean,
Big Throw would be it's like pulling from the like old mythology, trying to explain why you don't drink stagnant water,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe that
Oh, I
somehow
see.
mutated
I see.
into like they can cross stagnant water. They're undead. They're fine with that, but running water is like pure because you can drink from
Running
it.
water's for us.
Yeah,
Right.
that's my best pull,
That
and it's
seems-
a pull.
that's a pretty
That seems
reasonable.
reasonable, yeah.
I would have to research that, but now I'm honestly interested.
Well, you don't have to because now you've come up
That's
with
true.
an
I've
answer.
made it.
Yeah.
The joys of mythology.
Good boy.
So,
Good boy, be quiet.
as you're
Good boy.
putting this character together, you'll choose your archetype. You'll note down the starting powers. You should have I believe they all have 2. You can start with 2 powers from your archetype. It'll specifically say starting powers, and then we'll list them.
One of these days you'll fucking get it.
Then you will determine your ability
only
scores,
have-
your statistic scores, brawn, agility, and mind. You can do one of 3 ways. You can do the quick way, the default way, or the risky way.
Well, you know which one I'm avoiding.
That is basically like standard array, point by, and rolling
Yeah.
specifically. Right. Then you will pick one of those abilities to assign a 1-point affinity to. Remember we talked about affinities? Then you will choose an additional 3 minor advances. So you'll go to the minor advance list, and you'll pick 3 of those. Like, I'm going to raise an ability score that is currently 12 or lower by 1 point. Then I'm going to gain a new minor cosm power. Then I'm going to gain a new minor archetype power. That makes sense? You'll pick 3 of those to buff your character up just a little bit. You'll choose a drive, like I talked about. It's a role-playing thing, plus you get a starting item. You'll choose a weakness. You'll come up with a role-playing thing about how you can't cross running water or something, apparently. You'll add a set of clothing, whatever that means to your character. That'll take up a slot. A coin purse with 50 gold coins. That'll take up another slot. And 1 or 2 items relevant to your character to be agreed upon with the GM.
Nice.
Which,
I like the flexibility.
if you are, if you're a fighting character, if you expect fighting to be your thing, that might include a weapon and a piece of armor, or it might be like, my father's prized sextant. I don't know. It's relevant to your character, and it'll take up a slot in your inventory. It'll do something for you. All right. And then name your character, which will take 45 minutes.
Yep. We have
I
experience.
already named
with
my
this.
character.
Okay, so what does everybody else
Well,
go?
you'll have to start over because that's step 8.
So, do you want us to use the concepts in this, or you want us to make our own?
That's what I did. It's
No, you
just-
don't have to use the concepts. The concepts are just there to like give you shape.
But you
I
can't use
totally
them.
made my own.
Yep.
Okay,
You don't have
but
to.
I can, or you don't
You-
want me to?
I mean, if you want to hew towards one of those concepts, that's fine.
Can I swap some stuff out of it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
those are
hell
guidelines.
Those are not.
Well, because like the advances I get from it, I just wondered if I could like
Yeah,
switch
yeah.
one or two out.
Well,
Or ignore completely.
Just keep
Or
them
do
in
like-
the.
what I would do is I would take like the upper level concept, like of playing an aristocratic vampire, and then do the mechanical stuff on your own. Or you know what I'm saying, like that.
Yeah, because they have like a
Okay.
different. What are they? Advances?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like, don't
do I
take-
just pick
Don't take the concept like
cool,
Yeah.
literally,
literally,
Okay.
just like use it as a guideline and then start
Cool.
putting your character together. Yeah, they're just there to give you an idea of like what the archetype is like and the kind of characters that it can create. But it is by no means prescriptive. It doesn't tell you what to do.
So we just get 3 advances.
3 minor
Advances.
advances.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there are different grades of advances, right?
You
And
get.
you-
you
I'm
get-
sorry, I was reading while you were talking. That's probably my fault.
Son of a bitch.
So you
Yeah, I
get
was trying to like make my character. Sorry.
you get the basic ones, and then you can buy into 3 minor more, or you can get like
Basic ones. What?
so you get
The
one
starting powers. Or?
starting powers. Yes, you get one that is dedicated to your class or race or whatever, like an aristocratic vampire,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then I think you get minor cosm power.
You should get 2 from your
two
archetype,
two from archetype.
and then you will choose 3 minor
Oh, yeah.
advances,
Yeah, yeah.
one of which can give you like a cosm power, which is like a general ability power, like anyone can take. Or you can take another minor power from your archetype. You can gain 1 point of affinity on an ability you currently don't have. You can gain a buffer on one of your abilities, or you can raise an ability score by 1 point. It's that kind of thing. There are 5 options in minor advance, and you pick 3 of those. You can pick the same one 3 times. There's there's no limit on that. It's just you make 3 selections from minor advance.
Good boy. Come here, Mom. Good boy. Good boy.
Gotta find it here.
How necessary is violence to the system?
An excellent question.
Not always necessary.
You are encouraged to solve problems in smart ways, not blunt ways. That having been said, the Ultracosm is a dangerous place, so maybe have something with you. Does that make sense? Or or travel with people who
Know their way around a weapon.
yes.
Okay, so I wanted to take Study 1 as a minor cosmic power, which it lets you automatically know one spell. You don't need a tome for it.
Mhm.
And the spell I wanted was it gives you a shield bonus, but in turn you have to take mind damage equal to the shield bonus.
Okay. So it kind of manifests like a psychic shield almost, and
Draining.
you'll take a certain amount of mind damage based on the class of shield, like
Yeah.
light or medium. Okay.
That's cool.
That sounds fine to me.
All right.
However, because it is a spell, it's going to take mind damage to cast as well.
Well, that's what I meant. As part of the casting, you spend the amount of mind damage to cast to get the shield bonus, and it lasts for a scene.
Okay.
You're like
Let me-
1d4.
I'm trying to figure out if the casting itself needs to have, like, ability cost or not.
Well, it says for minor spells, it should have a cost of around a d4 mind damage.
Yep.
So
Most of the spells I was looking at on the first run were like a d4 mind damage to do something.
Let's say that, okay, so
It's good stuff.
we'll say that, so this shield power, if you want to manifest like a light shield, you'll take 1 mind damage and get that 1 bonus, as you would if you had a light shield. If it was like a middle-of-the-road shield, like a medium shield or something like that, if you wanted a +2, right, you would have to roll a d4 and cut it in half. That's how much mind damage you're taking.
yeah.
And then for a heavy shield, you'll roll a d6, cut it in half. Right. Does that make
Sounds
sense?
fair. Yeah.
Just so that there is that element of randomness still. There's the element of, like, you know, just how many times can I cast this thing? Is it going to work out? You know?
More stuff.
And honestly, what I said was just the maximums of that. So yeah.
I think it'll give you a little bit more flexibility. Plus, it'll prevent you from going, okay, well, I have this much mind damage left. I haven't taken this much, so I know exactly how many shields I can manifest. Right? Does that make sense? Whereas this other way, where you're rolling every time, is more dynamic. Like
Okay. Yeah.
things could go well, or things could go not so well.
I want razor blades.
Like items or like hands with razor blades?
Like Wolverine style?
Yeah.
Hold that delicious thought for some cyberpunk.
You'll need to be a beast instead.
No, how about like more like just let's say 1
Like a
But
single
what
razor blade.
from a finger.
I have but one claw, fear me.
Oh,
I use this to shave.
what? Why? What do you want out of that?
That's a fair
A
question.
melee
What are you
weapon.
going to do with it?
A melee weapon. Just a simple like a dagger. But because I'm an android, I don't want to.
You want it built in.
I don't want it to hold it. I want to like.
You must
Okay.
have a built-in prism shape.
Basically, give it the attached tag.
Yeah. So for a dagger, we'll say it does a D4.
Mm-hmm.
It's a light weapon, which means you could use brawn or agility as your modifier for it. And we'll say it'll give it the tag attached, which means it's not easily disarmed.
Okay.
Like nobody can knock it out of your hand because it's a part of your hand.
So, again, what are the differences between light, medium, and heavy? Light is interchangeable with strength and agility.
You can use brawn or agility for your mod.
Medium is just kind of default.
Medium, well,
Is like
I'm specifically
strength
talking
only?
about.
Waiting quiet.
Normally, you're using brawn mods for your melee and agility for your ranged. If you have a melee weapon that's light, you could use
Agility is
either
kind of a
one.
trade-off.
Right.
Okay.
Medium weapons are just a general class that, like, they do a little more damage than light weapons. They're a little heavier, blah blah blah. And heavy weapons they do more damage than that, and they can be exhausting. Right. That's basically it.
Cool.
There's nothing so much like kind of proficiencies in the D&D 5e sense where it's like you're good with light armor or only these weapons.
Just
Yeah.
roll better.
Just
How it works. Yeah. Just roll dice better.
is what I have heard my entire life.
Like an example, like we were just talking about, like a dagger-like item. A regular dagger is 1d4. It's a light weapon, and it has the throwing tag, which means you can use it as a ranged weapon at a relatively short distance. Right. A medium weapon, like a flail, that does 1d6. It's a medium-type weapon, and it has a tag called backswing, which means that if you miss, you have advantage on the next attack you make.
Oh,
And then a heavy weapon, for example, would be like a halberd. That does a D10. It's heavy, and it has the long tag, which means that if somebody's coming at you, you get an attack of opportunity against them. Like kind of like Polearm Master or whatever,
Very
unless they also have a long weapon, in which case.
So
Makes sense.
I have a question then. Now that I have an amazing razor blade out of my middle finger,
Of course.
I have
Somehow I knew that.
Really?
Somehow I already knew that.
Oh, okay. I mean, if I have to choose one finger,
Yeah.
there's no other way.
No, you just
I have one minor power, hard knocks. Your swings, powers, or projectiles hit harder than average. Choose one of the following. I've chosen add half of your positive mind modifier to damage from your powers. So would that razor blade be my power?
No, that's amazing.
that's just an item.
So that only adds to the magic or the powers, actual powers that use mind. Correct? Hard knocks.
No, add half your positive mind modifier to damage from your powers, whatever they may be.
So would that razor blade be my
No, because it's an
Okay.
item.
Okay, cool.
It's a thing that's built into you. It's not
Right.
like a power.
Got it.
According to the text on that, it wouldn't
Yeah.
it wouldn't do that.
Because I have that zap thing.
Now you could instead choose add half your positive brawn or agility to melee damage with light weapons.
I took that specifically for zap, so
Okay,
I was
cool.
just making sure that the
Yeah, that would only be like that's spell damage, basically power
Yep,
damage,
yep, yep.
right? Yeah.
I feel like this is the first time I came up with a name for a character before I made the character.
It'll never happen again.
Never, yeah, I know.
Savor this moment. Put it Mr.
I'm glad it happened for like one shot.
Right.
Never to be used again.
Yep.
We might make it there before.
Rachel, is the box for this thing?
Yeah. It's on the bottom.
It's on top of my meticulously maintained drum set. Thank you. Sir.
Yep.
Did you cut it into tits?
I did cut it into tits. Yeah.
Tits? Tits?
What?
That's what I heard.
Yeah, that's what I
That's
heard.
what I heard.
It's not just
I thought you said tits, and I was like, yeah, I
said,
cut it
did you
into
cut it
tits.
into tenths?
Eights.
Eighths. Okay, thank you.
In case everyone wondered where my mind was, I've now heard meat and tits.
That's wonderful.
I'm so sorry. Oh God.
The rain in Spain.
Tits.
Rain in Spain falls
Falls mainly on
mainly on the plain. The rain of Spain falls on the plain. Okay, choose a drive. Yeah. I can pick a drive. I can roll the drives. Okay.
Are you pumping my leg?
Yeah, it's just knocking off. So sorry.
Oh, that's okay. It was fast.
There's this one power in here called a murder of crows.
Mm.
It's basically you have a crow, and it follows you around and is loyal to you. But once per session, you can feed it an eyeball, and it like gathers a bunch of other crows, and they just make all kinds of noise and scare the shit out of people. And that's basically what it says the power is for.
Yep.
That sounds pretty cool.
Oddly specific, but there it is. I was expecting something like you release the crows upon an unsuspecting enemy.
Yeah.
Well,
And we go
story-wise,
Hitchcock on them.
right? Story-wise, it could be anything. Game mechanics-wise, it's a pure distraction for an enemy, or your companions, or for all of them.
That way you don't have to worry about how much damage does a crow's beak do.
Right. Caw.
You're already laughing. That's not a good sign.
I was thinking, like, what can I change hooded robes for? And I was thinking maybe like a kind of slender, tight-fit suit. And for some reason, I immediately remembered that episode from Simpsons where Flanders was like...
Mm-hmm. It's like I'm wearing nothing at all.
Yeah.
Nothing at all.
I know.
Nothing at all.
Yeah.
Stupid sexy flavors.
Yes. Mm. But that's how I want to go, you know? Hooded robes is not my style.
So you're going with like 80s skin tight latex or spandex? Or
Yeah. No, not latex or spandex. More like a...
neoprene?
Leather? Plastic?
Ooh, you don't want leather. Leather's rough. Unless you like squeaking as you walk.
Nah.
I assumed that was part of the design.
Yeah, spandex, I guess.
Colonel.
Spandex robes.
Spandex.
No.
I don't like it.
I don't know how that
I
works.
don't like it.
You can wear spandex and then robes on top of it, and it's
Yeah,
weird, but it
Spandex
works.
robe.
But a robe made out of spandex.
Spandex
is-
robes.
You just fall.
like wearing a body condom.
It would be a body
Basically.
condom, and you just fall. There wouldn't be any slits.
Well,
There'd be no leg room.
obviously the spandex robes would need to be lubricated. I mean, obviously.
Oh
No,
god.
it's like a swimsuit. You just have a...
Oh, I see. Yeah.
You just have
That's
a
a
face.
leotard.
No, that's a cool vinyl suit that people are hoisted into for their sexual pleasure.
Very squeaky.
Like this.
Must be
boy.
lubricated.
Yes.
Oh, it's too. Oh.
And they can't leave you in there for too long.
I don't like it.
Okay, so how do I put it in my equipment?
Spandex robes.
I,
Remember that you do start with a set of clothing, so that's whatever that is.
No, it's just
If
like
you want
a-
armor above and beyond that, like, that's one of the things we agree on that you start with.
Well, one of the things I
makes
start with is an ultra suit. Does that count as armor or not?
What are you doing?
No, alta suits do not count as armor.
Okay,
What do you...
That's a power.
it is. It's a minor archetype power thingy.
Ooh, I know. Sorry, I got excited.
go on.
Like,
Continue.
I'm gonna be wearing like that suit that Kido was wearing in the Kill Bill, but averted.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
yellow and black stripes, but
But
black and yellow stripes.
Okay.
Yes.
Alright.
So how, like, is that a bodysuit?
Well, it's like a jumpsuit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a Bruce Lee jumpsuit, to be hyper specific.
Basically, yeah.
But, yeah, I didn't.
Yeah.
Let me see if there's an actual term for that. Is there?
Don't feel like being squeaky.
Yeah, that's there for the jokes. Yellow jumpsuit.
I mean, yeah, it's a jumpsuit.
I don't.
I didn't think there was any...
unless Hong Kong has a specific word for it.
Maybe they do. But it's in Mandarin, so we wouldn't know it.
So it's probably translates like jumpsuit.
As to, it translates to yellow jumpsuit.
Are you
in
also an ultranaut, Robert?
No.
Are you also an asshole?
Ultranaut.
No, I am a royal.
You're royal, okay.
So, one of the things under Exiled Queen, as for her items, it allowed her to combine her set of clothes with armor. Can I do that?
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
So she's got like a dress with a reinforced corset, so it's light armor.
That makes sense. Yeah,
That's cool.
yeah.
But can she breathe?
No.
She's had corset training, so she can.
And she's had surgeries to remove those pesky lungs. She doesn't need to breathe.
No ribs either. She's fine.
Enhanced lungs.
She's a Barbie doll. Is she a Barbie doll?
No, she's not a Barbie
Okay,
doll.
great.
They also refer to them as tracksuits.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it
Technically.
tracksuit, technically.
Yeah.
Although, when I think of tracksuits, I think of, like,
Squatting
Russian.
Russian.
Yeah, like sloth.
Right.
We're at the twin
Sunflower
tracks.
seeds.
Yeah.
Yep.
We were out there next to a broken washing machine for some reason.
Good point.
This is actually one stereotype that is actually there. Like, it... Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. It's there.
I mean,
Like, I know a couple of those guys.
You know some people
Yeah,
personally.
yeah. I actually...
there are always those moments where you're like, guys, come on, stop. But it's just their life.
Mm-hmm.
So we start
That's
with
who they
50 credits.
Or whatever currency is.
Yeah, 50 currency.
Well, specifically, you start with 50 gold coins. A coin purse with 50 gold coins. Which, basically, like, will, regardless of where you are in the Ultracosm, like, people look at that and go, like, oh, that seems valuable, let's trade. Or if they use gold or any kind of money, they're like, okay, that makes sense, I'll transfer it into the currency that we use.
What
Okay.
does light armor give me? I'm sorry, Robert.
No, go ahead.
Light armor gives you 1 soak.
So my armor would just be
One.
one. Okay, and defense is
Agility plus if you have if you're using a shield,
nope.
and then some powers or things like that might like temporarily
So
buff
10.
that, increase that.
So not okay.
It's just, yeah.
So in,
it's
in
just
your case, it'd probably
agility.
be just agility.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so for a weapon, I was thinking what I'm going to call a dueling sword. It's basically a medium weapon with the parry.
Okay.
And a little motor
No.
that rotates the chain.
No. It's just
A
the sword.
chainsaw, if you will.
Well, if you want to put it that
If
way.
you want to put it that way. Okay, so a medium weapon with a parry. Yeah.
Does like a D6.
Rapier. Yeah. Like a rapier they type is a D6, and that sounds about right. So we'll say it's a... Are you sure you don't want that to be a light weapon?
Yes, because I'd be using strength anyway.
Okay, so it doesn't matter in that case. Okay, so it's a little heftier than... We'll say it's D6, medium, it'll have the parry tag on there. Is there another tag that would make sense on there that you think is appropriate?
Let's see if I can try to remember them. Because my phone's almost dead.
I can use mine.
Precise might be...
Sure.
It's a dueling sword, so I would assume that, like,
Yeah, if
it's
you want
more
to give me both
maneuverable.
of those, yeah, sure.
parry and precise makes sense to me.
Good boy. Oh, I was trying to throw you a treat and I scared you.
But
Okay.
food.
Good boy. Did you find it?
Sure.
Okay, you found it. Did you find it?
I know what they do.
You got it?
Those were like the two I
confused.
remembered.
Oh, okay, cool.
But he's being quiet.
I've
I'm
also
trying
got-
to reward you.
I've got the
Lifeline.
I've got my iPad in the other room. If you guys need to pull that out as well.
Good boy. Come here. Good boy, baby.
Now I need to find the spell for my dark tome.
There you go.
Okay.
Is there a
Weapon?
Jesus
There's
Christ.
not a weapon. As far
I
as I
need to
know.
go take a nap or something. I'm struggling. I might die real quick, but I would like a weapon that is non-lethal.
Okay.
Oh, like my razor.
Yeah, totally. You can just kind of stab. You can slightly stab someone. It's fine.
Yeah.
Well, most
a
weapons
light
can be applied in a non-lethal sense.
Right. So I would just like one that would be easy for me to go, it's non-lethal, and you not go, yeah, okay.
A dull razor blade.
Exactly.
Stun ray laser.
A stun ray, or
Yeah, or a stun razor blade.
a stun razor blade. No, I just want, not a baseball bat where if I roll a fucking 20, you're gonna be like, well, you killed him.
Knock somebody's head off.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
If you say that you're doing non-lethal damage, I'm going to take
I
that
would
into
like that to
account.
be assumed.
Okay.
So that's why I'm clarifying that. Like, I might
Taser.
die real soon, but I'm not gonna have lethal.
What about a whip?
Why?
It's just an example of a weapon that's like not necessarily lethal.
I'm more on board with the stun ray laser. Ray
Okay.
emitter, if that's
Stun
The
beam.
taser.
a little bit of
or,
range,
or,
but not lethal.
um,
So my idea
Is it a
if I-
light weapon, a medium weapon, or a heavy weapon?
Well, what can I have? I have light.
It doesn't matter.
I
I'm
think-
saying it. Those have certain assumptions.
I think a light weapon would be preferable.
Okay. So we'll say it does 1d4. It's light. It's ranged, obviously.
Another way to look at that might be interesting is it does mind damage instead of physical
that's
damage.
true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but mind damage can still be lethal.
It can if you spill enough over, and yeah.
Yeah. So we'll say
It's
let's
around
see.
it, yeah.
It's just important to the character. That's all.
So you are going with this like ray thing.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is it like? Is it gonna? So it's like a pistol, basically, in the sense that it like fires a shot at a single dude.
Yeah.
Make it look like a TV remote. So if we get, anywhere with police, they will.
Are they gonna
look
know
at
what
it.
TV remotes are?
Well, that's the thing. But they might know what's a pistol.
They didn't have TV remotes in the 50s. No.
They had radios.
They did.
I mean, it's a weapon is a weapon. It's gonna look daunting no matter what.
I mean, that-
I like it to be small and light so I can hide
Yeah.
it. 'Cause I don't
1d4,
plan to use
light.
it. Okay,
Light and range. That seems
Okay.
to cover basically what you want to do.
sounds great. Thanks. Let's see if I die in the first 5 minutes because I'm trying not to fight.
Well, don't start a fight. You can't win.
I wasn't planning on it.
Oh, right.
You can count them.
Two start fights that they
Yeah,
can't.
that's what I meant.
You wasn't planning on it, but
I will attempt to end fights as quickly as you start.
Wonderful. See, we have old chains.
I was just thinking if we were gonna make something fun and like
A little light entertainment.
and telling of our personalities, I should make something that doesn't innately want to murder everything.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
so I was thinking for my dark spell tome that I get as part of my drive.
Intergalactic Karma Sutra.
No. I'm not even sure what that spell effect would be. But
What?
I could start listing ideas.
no, not.
I could also. All right.
I have only pictures in my head.
That's kind of.
Sorry, Robert. Yes, we're derailing.
Go on.
So I like to summon like a little imp that's kind of like a little creature that will follow my orders to a reasonable degree. Like it'll go fetch something or like jump on a person and
So
harass them. And
it has a
shield.
sense of preservation, is what you're saying. It's not going to do suicidal stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know there's a. It's like a sidekick.
Yeah.
As one of the options.
It's like
Kinda
the
like that.
sidekick option, but it's a spell that does that.
Okay.
That would seem straightforward, I'd imagine.
And it's like this
like
terrifying
encoded.
little imp. Because it's a dark spell tome.
Okay, so we'll basically phrase it like the sidekick power, and we'll say that it does. That sounds like a medium spell to me.
I'm not sure if it's supposed to be a medium spell.
It's just, as part of your drive, you just get a dark tome with a spell in it. And it makes sense to me that temporary effect over a larger area or long-lasting effect over a contained area.
That's it.
That seems reasonable to me as opposed to, like, minor spell.
Okay. So sidekick power. What do you want the cost of that to be? Because
That'll be, as a medium spell, it'll be 1d6.
1d6. Okay.
Yeah, the way that the power is phrased and the way you were describing it makes it seem like it falls in that medium spell guideline. So we'll say it's a d6 of mind to cast. And of course that is what's encouraging you not to... Yeah, you can't cast spells over and over again. Eventually you're maxing out your mind.
That's more like a one session thing at this lower level.
Yeah.
Good to go. Stab yourself?
No.
Oh, you already did that?
Yeah, already said.
Okay, that should be it for me.
Yeah, I'm looking over items and stuff right now. I'm close.
Anything good in there?
I mean, it's vague in what it gives you. Just trying to like put together.
It's more like
A
come up
weapon.
with something, and then the stats will be 1d4 or 1d6.
Mm-hmm.
Or possibly 1d8.
If you go in with the heavies.
Well, medium weapons do a d8 too. But they usually don't have like any tags with them.
You just kind of get them as is. I've been leaning in like a medium ranged or maybe a light ranged.
Because like the longbow is a medium ranged, and it does a d8, but it also has an armor piercing tag.
Yeah, I got some good examples in here. Need more ray guns though.
If only I can have 4 more razor blades.
Well, you could like say it's a heat ray gun and basically say it's the same thing as a longbow.
That will be like a long-term quest.
I'm trying to figure out how I want to.
Each of that investment.
Do I want to build it
one
as
more
light? Do I
razor
want to
blade.
build it as medium? Those kind of questions. I might lean a little bit more towards light, just because range isn't going to be my big thing. But
It seems like majority of the stuff is just short range.
yeah,
Unless you're
it's-
specifically building for long range character.
It's got a bit more of that, like, as mentioned, sword and sandal feel, where it's like, yeah, you're going to be fighting people with long swords and whatnot, and you'll be going toe-to-toe with them. Unreliable.
Is there a weapon that's unreliable?
Yeah. Their example is the black powder pistol, but effectively if you miss, you can't use it for the rest of combat.
Wow.
Yep.
There's like armor that has that tag too, and it's like if you use it, you can't use it again.
You get one shot. One reduction.
The whip is kind of ridiculous because it does a D2 damage, but it also has the excruciating tag. So if you actually do damage with it, the other person loses one of their actions to pain.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, that's spicy.
Maybe I want a whiptail.
Again, you're walking into beast territory there.
You are.
Well, I'm thinking
Yeah.
more like Transformers. Like if I'm an android-ish like robot,
You can have that built on there.
I can have like that rattling chain like.
What kind of abomination are you trying to become here?
Yeah, tail is a little too much.
Recognizable as human?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm thinking like Alita type android. So face
Very
kind of
clearly
very
human.
clearly human, and then
Except
under
for
that jumpsuit is just like whoa.
So nobody wants to see you naked.
Yeah.
Except for the huge, ridiculous eyes.
Yeah.
No.
Got those big eyes. The Martian eyes.
Not gonna lie, they nailed it in the movie. Like the CGI on the face was amazing.
It was definitely one where it's like the first time you see it, you're like, whoa. And
Yeah.
then when you start seeing it in the movie, you're like, it's fine.
It's actually wow.
But it takes a while to get over that initial, like, ooh, whoa, what?
I'm still a little creepy that they like went. The whole movie was about 10 minutes of the original.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
They're-
come on.
They're clearly
Show me a
trying to
little
set it
more.
up for like a
Yeah,
three-parter,
yeah.
and
Oh.
I hope they get a chance to.
Yeah, I really hope it was pretty good. I mean, story-wise, man, but the picture was amazing.
And you can get away with a whole lot more violence if you're doing it to robotic.
I
things.
know. I was watching it and I'm
Yep.
like, oh wow, they allow that? Oof.
Oh.
Yeah. Because it's a cartoon, it's CGI.
Well,
Yeah.
even with that, it's that boundary of like,
It's still a face human
Yeah,
associated.
and especially if you think of it, you're like, no, that's still a person.
Yeah.
But because they don't look like a person, the rating boards is like, it's fine. And it's like, oh.
Is that part of the point of the series, or not?
Not really.
That's unfortunate.
But it was-
It's a
Yeah.
missed opportunity.
It was actually like I know what you're talking about. When I was watching movie, I was like, woof. They
Yeah.
allowed that
It's
in this film?
It's basically like imagine a robotic version of like a wood chipper that you throw things into. You watch somebody go through it
Hold
But-
on, what is this again?
for Alita Battle Angel, but
What?
since they're mostly robotic and to the point where it's like they barely even look human, but they still have the face,
Yeah.
then I'm like, nope, that's hitting buttons I didn't want pressed today.
Say, that's the kind of shit that messes me up.
Yeah.
I don't care for that. Yikes.
Yeah, that was the peak of it, thankfully, but that was when
Right.
I'm like, ooh,
That,
too much.
That'd be enough.
Yeah.
Good boy being quiet. Boy. It's just like I never leave work. It's fine. Don't mind. ABAing my dog with my time off. It's totally fine.
One day he will learn.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been doing better tonight.
Mm-hmm.
He has good spans where he's like, "Oh right, being quiet is good," and then
If-
he's like, "Oh
If I'm a
food, give
good
me,
boy.
let me be more whiny." Shit, that's not working. Let me be quiet.
Back up
All
point.
right, food, and then we're back again. You know what I mean? Like,
Constantly cycling.
it's just gonna take some time, more time than Jason probably wants it to.
You can teach old dogs new tricks. It usually just
You
takes a while.
Yeah, you absolutely can. He's just very fucking stubborn. It's just like he knows how to do things, but it's just whether or not he actually is fucking going to or not. And I just got in the bad habit of whenever he was whining to feed him, and now he's like, "Cool, food when I make this noise."
Wine for food.
Yeah, so I just got to get him out of it. I've just been putting it off because, you know, I like to leave work at work. And it sounds reductive when you're like, wow, you do ABA on children, now you're doing it on your dog. Well, yeah, but it's not nearly as nuanced as it is with, you know, people.
Yeah. There's more complexity there.
There is much more because we consider how kids feel way more than I'm considering how my dog feels about food right now. Also, don't usually use food. So.
What are the chances I can get medium armor?
I was wondering that for my character, and I was like, probably not gonna fucking happen. So, just could try not to die.
Wow, you guys are not very optimistic about your chances.
I'm specifically choosing a weapon that doesn't kill people. I think that's the ideal of
I
optimistic.
specifically choose a character with no armor.
I'm building kind of a melee like tank / DPS.
So if we meet in the battlefield, it will be a perfect
combo.
Yeah.
I have a mind of 13, however.
Me too.
I made it as high as I could get it.
Robert,
I have a mind of 13.
mind of
Nice.
9.
Nice.
My brawn is 9.
But my one of my abilities allows me to add my mind modifier to damage.
Yeah, I saw
Yeah,
the
I
signature
think
weapon.
I was waiting
Yeah.
for that. Yeah,
Yeah.
because that's typically what you do. You're like, yeah, no, I'm smart. I just use it to blow people up. That's fine. Still smart.
Yeah.
And I like my agility is what I put a 9 in, but I made up for it with the shield spell and the parry.
Cool.
Because the shield would give me between 1 and 3, and the parry would give me a +5 for an action.
Not too shabby.
And I put my infinity in bronze, so I'm hoping to pad that out a little bit.
Yeah, I put my affinity in mind because I'd like to be able to get
Mind
us
stuff.
out of situations, find ways through situations
Leave
without
that
violence.
to me.
Actually,
Does your affinity count when you're damaging yourself?
I don't
So,
know.
like, you do the 1d4 mind, and
I
if you
don't
roll a
think so.
1,
I
do
think
you
it's
reduce
only
it to 0?
incoming.
I think it's only when you're taking damage from
Yeah.
other sources. I mean,
I want to double check that.
It
but
would
yeah,
be great.
That could be great for, like, a
Yeah.
mage character.
but there also is social combat in this system.
There you go.
I
So
will
if
leave
you
that
like-
to the lot of you.
If you like
Good
have a serious argument with somebody, you can like damage them.
My brain!
I'm mostly
I feel
concerned
like-
about not shooting someone in the head and watching them explode.
I feel like I'm doing that in real life.
Okay. Whenever you take damage to an ability you have an affinity for, regardless of source,
Oh.
the first reduce the damage by the value of your affinity before applying the ability.
Alright.
So, you can use that as a benefit
See,
in that
to
regard.
me,
Interesting.
because we are
It might be
not
better for me to
overlapping.
put it in mind then, since
If you're going to be a blasty character, yeah.
So,
Well,
my
most of my
thinking,
defense comes from spells. So yeah,
my thinking that the pools, because the pools are like if your brawn goes to 0, you go to agility. It makes more sense to balance them out to be as close to each other as possible.
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. Good boy. Good boy being quiet. Good boy.
Move the Travis. Okay. So something that dropped. Yeah, that's what it was.
Good boy.
Yeah, it doesn't really fit the
I don't want to strangle you when you're being quiet. Well, what it's currently taking is tiny bits of treats whenever he's quiet.
It's not a great strategy because eventually we're out of treats.
Nope. I actually bought another bag and another package of bones. I was prepared.
Came
Not
prepared.
all that.
Weekend.
Treats are a finite resource.
Well, no, the point is to start out with lots of treats, and then the longer the more you do it, you wait at longer intervals to
Wean it
reinforce
off.
the behavior.
Mm-hmm.
That's
until
how
it becomes default.
That's how you shape behavior.
That's how it works with people.
May I perhaps
Doesn't
get my
work with
hands
dogs.
on medium armor? I am playing a more like combat focused.
If it makes sense for the character, that's fine. Cool. Because there are no real hard strictures on the one or two items that you start with, other than like it has to make sense.
This is a fit, yeah.
So that medium armor does take up 2 slots, I think.
Yep. I got strength for days, so I'm not too worried about that at the moment. But yeah, we'll see how that goes in the future. I just want to be able to take the hits.
Shush, Leon.
I get the benefits of medium armor with light armor.
Nice.
Yeah.
So close.
He's like,
So close.
What kind of armor is it? What are you envisioning?
I
good boy.
honestly envisioning it kind of like the a lighter version of the like StarCraft Marines armor,
Sure.
where it's kind of
yeah.
like bulkier,
Yeah.
the quote unquote Space Marine style
Yeah,
armor.
weird like
Shoulder
round
pauldrons
shoulder,
and
yeah, stuff. Yeah, okay.
stuff like that. Yeah,
So we'll say that's medium armor. 2 soak takes up 2 slots.
yeah,
We'll say that it is noisy. Would you say that's fair?
that's fair. Yeah,
Yeah. Put the noisy tag on it.
not moisy. That's not a word.
It's noisy.
It's like me mishearing things all night.
No, it's not like that at all.
Shut up.
Brain to paper.
I don't want my brain coming out on paper right now. Although, to be fair, I never do.
And I'm thinking probably doing like a light or a medium ranged weapon, some sort of like blaster of sorts.
Sure. I would stick
Where's my
to
gun?
light weapons would be like sort of blasters and rays and things like that, and then medium weapons would be like a blaster rifle or something like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Like because medium weapons, crossbow, longbow, that's where you're.
heavier stuff.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Okay, yeah, I'll do like a call it like a blaster pistol for now. Bolt pistol. There you go.
Sure.
Lean into it.
Yeah.
Just Now, how do I
Portable
build this?
missile launcher.
Did you just say portable missile launcher?
I did.
Have some fun with that.
Like the pocket one.
Like a cricket from Men in Black.
Yeah.
That's what I always pick.
We can say that it does like a D6.
Sure.
Right? That makes sense. There's some light weapons that do a D6, like the rapier does a D6. Because I imagine a bolt pistol is going to hurt more than a dagger, for instance.
A bit,
But,
yeah.
but maybe not as much as like a crossbow bolt to the face.
It's
Which is a little more
in between the
destructive.
two. Yeah.
So it will say it's light. We will say it is ranged, of course, right?
Mhm.
That tag on it. What kind of ammunition is this thing using? Is it like a slug thrower and that it's still using
Yeah.
conventional weapons?
Still using hunks of metal.
Okay. Well, then we'll say, let's see here.
Chemically propelled hunks of metal. Wouldn't say spread.
Actually, okay. Let's bump that up. We'll say the damage is a D8 instead.
Okay.
And we'll add the tag reload onto it.
Okay.
Which means that you have to spend an action to reload it before you can use it again.
Makes sense. Take the shot.
I don't think there's anything else on here that's sort of particularly applicable for it. This is just a kind of a starting weapon.
Yeah, I'm looking over tags and nothing stands out to me as like, ooh, yeah, that one. That fits the weapon. Since I'm aiming to be more of like a melee character, half tempted to just throw unreliable on there for the hell of it.
I spent too much time on it.
I wouldn't do
yeah.
that. No, I think the
I'm,
reload cost
way
is
too
enough
much.
for that.
Really?
If it was like they mentioned that
All
black
kinds of
powder
games
weapon,
games
like
are
that
dangerous for me.
seems like prime candidate for that.
Yeah, where it's
It's actually
something might go wrong when you
like
shoot
for me, it's the opposite.
Mm.
It's a game that I don't need to put a lot of mind to it. I just get into it for like 5-10 minutes and just forget about it.
Man, no, me and
No?
Fallout Shelter,
Really?
I cared way too much. I had to delete it. I was like, nope, I'm too busy for this shit.
You must protect all
And
of
now
them.
you're playing Animal Crossing, so you just traded one
Which,
sugar daddy.
but you
for
know
another.
what? I can absolutely just be like, I'm done for today. Like, I don't care about that nearly as much as I did about getting all the stats in each thing perfectly right, and then you had to do the quest, and then you had to do the timing for the quest and everything.
Imagine a modern Fallout game that you're compelled to play.
I know.
What a novelty!
Ooh, it's really on the nose, isn't it?
Ouch. But fair.
Don't worry, they're adding a battle royale mode.
Mm-hmm.
Because why not?
Yep. Saw that and was just like,
Meanwhile, The Outer Worlds comes out on October 25th, so like
that sounds
He'll be
all of
buying-
us,
He'll be
all of
buying
us since
me
like day
for-
one, like jump into that
Yeah,
shit.
He'll be buying me a video game for my birthday. Except
saw-
it's for him.
I saw an article where the headline was basically like, "Yeah, this feels a lot like New Vegas, but in space," and I was like, "Congratulations, you've sold me the game."
Yeah. It does sound pretty fucking great.
I am holding myself from spending $60 on the pre-order for Cyberpunk. I just,
You just gotta do it. Just gotta
and
gotta
then
do
wait
it.
for half a year.
Well,
yeah, I'm at a point where
That's
I'm
even
like,
worse.
I need more information before
Yeah.
I make that commitment. I'm
And
getting
that's fair.
slow
Yeah.
trickles.
I understand
Like,
that.
$30.
We're learning more.
Yeah, take my money. But 60 is already like.
We were Rachel and I were talking about this the other day about how I'm cautiously optimistic about that game, given how good their games have become, like throughout the Witcher series. It's
Yeah,
like Witcher
yeah,
1
yeah.
was kind of weird and clunky, but
Super janky
had
control-wise.
some good stuff that's going to. Witcher 2 was like
Starting
a
to refine it.
whole step further, and Witcher 3 was like an entire step further than that. Like, so they're really good, and Witcher 3 is like a great achievement. So like,
Except for Roach.
I'm excited about that. Well, yeah, horses in any video game suck. But so I'm excited because like Witcher 3 is like really good, and they like Warner Brothers threw them like, you know, they had enough money where they could be like, let's make a fucking video game,
Yeah.
right? And they did it, but now since they're changing like both genres and
Points of view.
points of view, yeah, and when they're changing game mechanics, I'm like,
Yeah.
I want this to be really good, but you've never done one of these before, you know?
It's one where it's like every time I see gameplay, I'm like, we're seeing how this goes.
Yeah.
Trying to get
Yeah.
that, like, the weirdest way to put it is like mouse feel as a pun of like mouth feel.
Yeah.
For like how it feels to actually play the game.
Is it actually fun and smooth to play, right?
That was the one thing I had drilled into me when I was like learning how to make video games was start with the basics. What are you going to be doing most in this game?
Because if that's not fun, you
Then
fucked up.
scrap it.
Yeah.
Immediately scrap it. Are you making Mario? Does moving and jumping feel bad?
You messed up.
Or does it even just feel okay? You haven't messed up, but you're not in a good place.
It has to be better than Mario 64. You've already set a bar there. You have to clear that bar.
It's like that's what they did so right with Spider-Man, right?
The swinging.
Because you just
Because the
felt
swinging
like
felt
Spider-Man.
The mechanics
yeah.
otherwise were good, but the swinging felt good.
And
And
they
so
had to
that's
fucking
why
sell
that
you on
worked,
it,
yes.
yeah.
Because if they didn't,
Well, that's why a lot of the other Spider-Man games sucked. Or
Agreed.
people didn't like them because the swinging didn't feel right.
Or
and
they
you
were
were
just
doing it
derivative.
most of the time.
Sure. I mean, I don't know. I've just known from
So
what
that's
I've,
why
like,
I'm
watched about it.
cautious but optimistic, because they've never done an FPS before, and they've never done like a sci-fi style, like a cyberpunk game before, which are too tricky needles to thread for a studio who's seems like their whole thing is like didn't they work on Stalker too? They did do some. But basically,
don't know.
their whole shtick is like we make third-person fantasy action games, which are decidedly not the thing that they're making now. Yeah. So
Yeah, I need more time to figure out and honestly, just more time to hear what's going on there because we have so little detail.
Yeah.
You have like a whole hour of gameplay. An hour. That's plenty.
That's all you
No.
need. out of this, no doubt, 120-hour game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I will probably play at least twice, like Deus Ex.
Yeah. I still haven't finished Mankind Divided.
I've been trying to replay it, but every time I play it, it runs for like an hour and then crashes.
Oh.
And because I've been playing on their version of hardcore mode, it goes, oh, we're setting you back like 10 minutes. Because we don't save for you.
That's not...
So you can't save scum. And I'm
Yeah.
like, I can't do this.
Yep.
Nope.
I
Fuck
need
off.
that super risk of failure because I've gotten used to like playing through and save scumming so many games.
Sure, yeah.
Because XCOM, effectively.
Yeah.
Good stuff,
For like the last 5 years, I've been really excited about Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Mm-hmm.
And then they started releasing information on it, and now I'm not.
It's been up and down.
I'm actually... I'm more interested in it
Well,
with every passing sort
Well,
of thing.
the thing was, when they showed the gameplay, it definitely wasn't Final Fantasy VII, which kind of dulled that nostalgia button hit,
Sure, yeah.
but I could get with it. And then they said they're going to be releasing it in parts, and I'm like,
Yeah, that I'm still suspicious about.
I was like, maybe when they have a sale and they sell everything as a bundle, but
In
no.
2035,
Yeah.
yes. When they
That's
finished
what I
it.
don't like about games now. You can't like. I want a game for like $40. The whole game, all of you guys did there. I want all of it for $40, or I want a free game with downloadable, payable stuff. Like there's not like, what are they doing now? The game for like $10-15, and then expansions for another 10. Just give me a good product, finished product.
Yeah, finish the game and then
Finish
give me
the
that.
game and
That's
then
why I
give
never
it to
got
me.
into any of the early access stuff on Steam.
No,
because I was
no,
like,
yeah.
I just want to wait until you guys have like really polished off and finished
Yeah.
the thing. Then let me have it.
Like Ghost in the Shell for me was one of those where I'm like, yeah, just I don't care how much money, just pre-order everything. Yes. Agreed. And then the game just
Yeah.
And that's the reason why I've been like pumping the brakes on those pre-orders. 'Cause
It's
I'm
true.
Like, I want it.
I mean,
Yeah.
they tell you not to
Yeah.
pre-order. Never pre-order.
no.
Hold the line.
Yeah. It's hard, but I got there.
The last game I pre-ordered, or at least bought on day one, was Dragon Age Inquisition. Although that was a mistake, because I bought it for PlayStation 3, and it's completely unplayable on PlayStation.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, because whenever there's a lot going on, and it autosaves, it'll freeze. It'll
Oh.
interrupt the save.
Fun.
And it autosaves every time there's a bunch of demons jumping out of the portal.
Sure.
So, yeah.
That happens a lot.
Yeah.
I
In,
watched
in the
you play-
game, having
Yeah,
played
no,
through it, it
I-
happens a lot.
I
Yeah.
watched him play a good amount of it. That happens a lot.
Not the freezing. The PS4 version seems fine. But
Yeah, the PS4 version
the
actually
demon part
works.
seems to happen a lot.
I know. So you're like 5 minutes into it, and then you're like, restart. And then like you get through one, and you're like really happy, and then you like come to another one 5 minutes later, and it's like,
Damn.
God damn it.
Yeah. You're trying to finagle your way through every single fight.
I guess you basically have to like manually save every 5 minutes
Yeah.
just to make sure
It's
that.
awful.
During my time with the PlayStation 3 version, I never got out of the hardware lens.
Yeah, I can understand. Yeah, it's just too much. Yeah.
It's like the thing we were trying to watch last night that kept buffering after like 10 minutes. You're like, nope.
Oh, we were trying to watch something on Zach's
Done.
server, but it was like at 8 o'clock or something, and I imagine
High
Zach's
traffic.
doing stuff too, and like it's just high traffic. We were trying to watch Kingsglaive, that the animated Final Fantasy movie,
Yeah. The prequel.
the prequel thing to Final Fantasy 15, which I finally sat down and started like playing through.
You like
and-
your cooking and fishing simulator?
It just kept buffering, and we just couldn't watch it. And then we watched something on YouTube that was basically like, here's a summary of the stuff that you need to know from Kingsglaive, and I was like, oh well, that saved me 2 hours.
Yeah, well, But Sean Bean.
Yeah,
Which
but
means he's gonna die.
but the rest of the movie, which
Yeah.
is not great.
Yeah.
Like, literally, Jason was like, oh, Sean Bean's voicing this character. I was like, oh, he's gonna die. Cool.
Yep. You just know.
Well, we already knew that
We already
from
knew
the
that
video
from watching
game,
it.
and then we,
I was like, well, no
yeah.
wonder he's playing the king. Because he dies.
But he doesn't play the king in the video game,
Right.
which is weird.
Yeah, that is
Okay, how's everybody doing?
I'm done.
I think I'm done.
Everybody
to
good?
go.
Yeah.
weird. I think I got everything. I'll
So,
double-
did you follow the special rules in the section that I'm just telling you about?
Probably not.
Oh yeah, of course.
So there's that section that says create a character from scratch. Did you follow all those
Yeah.
steps?
Yeah.
Just want to make sure you've
Believe
got
so.
all your stuff
Yeah,
and that
yeah.
you're not missing things. Okay.
Quick double check.
Oh, I need to come up with a weakness.
Yeah.
So, Rachel,
Yeah.
give me the name of your character, and then I'd like everybody to do this.
Mhm.
Give me the name of your character. Give me the archetype. Tell me about. I'm not necessarily going to jot it down, but tell me about like the general concept of your character,
Okay,
and then tell me what the weakness is.
cool.
Make sense?
Yep. Okay, you tell me how to pronounce it. It's E-I-R-N-Y. Irony?
E-I-R.
N-Y.
Ernie,
Let's not
as
go
in
with
Birdman.
that. No.
Is it like shortened from?
Earnye?
Irony? How about that?
Earny? Like, that's just a weird,
Ernie.
like,
Do I
vaguely
need to
Slavic
change it?
way of saying Ernie. Earny.
Cool.
Bjartan Earny.
Alright, fine. I'll change my name.
It doesn't. What? Stop
No,
just.
no, it's.
If you're gonna make fun of it all night, I just
I mean, it is Earny. So
And you asked how to pronounce it.
that's
Yeah, but I didn't
true.
think
You
you'd
walked
like.
into that one.
Didn't think you'd like fucking make fun of it all night.
Let's try like something more conventional, like
Cool, great.
Alan.
Yeah, definitely,
Bob.
Ellen. Yeah.
The Alan Rickman.
Asa Bell.
Asa.
A-S-A.
A-S-A
Bell is her last name.
with an E or without at the end.
No E at the end.
So just Bell, like the thing that you read.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's an ultranaut
Ultranaut. Okay.
in female pronouns.
Yes. Okay. So what's your concept? What are you roughly?
Basically like a pilot, like space pilot ish adjacent. I didn't follow the concept in the thingy, but that's it.
That's fine. I just want to know what your character
Approximately.
is. So tell me
So she's a pilot
for
She's-
spaceships.
for spaceships. Yeah,
She's a space pilot.
She's
Why is she-
also she's mostly an explorer. She like wants to go
Okay.
and explore and run
Alright.
around. And,
Explorer and spaceship pilot. Okay.
her drive is exploration. Her weakness is she has to help.
She what?
Has to help.
Gots to do it.
Okay. Compelled to help whom?
Whoever needs it.
Compelled to help the needy.
Usually sentient creatures. You know.
Okay. G.
I am an alien. My name is Grimoire.
Grimoire, like the spellbook?
Yep.
Okay.
Except the OI in the middle of the name
Zero
is
one.
01. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So my spiel is that I am a manifested AI, and I somehow found out a body to put myself in it.
Yeah, so you are now, your consciousness is now in some kind of body.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it travels around, and my I am also an explorer. My drive is exploration, and I am seeking knowledge
Okay.
of socializing with fleshy sentient beings.
Sure, yeah. You want to interact with the meatbags.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
I want to know why are they all about each other?
Sure. What's so good about these flesh beings?
Right.
Yeah. What's your weakness?
My weakness is because I think I'm real good at talking to the meatbags.
Oh no. I mean, I love this, but at the same time, oh no.
I feel like if some meatbag doesn't like me, or talks better, or poses better than me, I feel like I need to study that physically personal.
With your fists.
No.
Maybe around their face.
It's okay. So the way I'm
With my razor blade.
Oh, cool.
okay. So let me make sure that I've got this so that we're both on the same page.
Yeah.
Okay. So if a fleshy creature doesn't like you,
Exactly.
all right, for some reason doesn't get along with you,
Yeah.
you assume that is some kind of like fleshy being failure, and so you're going to like
No. It's not a failure. It's a success. So I need to learn how to be better via
Dissection.
probing the
Innards.
yeah.
Dissection.
okay.
Are you gonna try to kill me? Do I need to switch places with Steven?
PvP round 1.
If you told me this, I would have made a different character. As opposed to trying to make someone who actually talks and
Nice.
tries to get us out of problems.
We can do good together.
Oh god, as long as I don't hate you.
Hey.
Okay.
Therein lies the problem.
Male pronouns, female pronouns?
Let's go with male.
Robert?
Okay. My character's name is Lady Constantinia von Ryan the Seventh.
Constantine with a K or a C?
See.
Constantina?
Your name's gonna
Yeah.
take 3 lines. Okay.
Von
Ryan.
Ryan spelled with a Y or an I?
Y.
Von Ryan like Ryan Gosling.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you were Constantina via Ryan Gosling.
Yes.
Got it.
The Seventh.
Ryan.
This, oh yes, right. Sorry.
Forgot the sound.
I forgot that.
So this is the long line of Ryan Gosling father
Noble,
children.
right? Yeah, that's your.
Yeah, she's a royal.
I mean, God.
Oh, sorry,
help
Royal. They call it Royal.
with that
So-
fucking name.
Royal.
Real shitty
Okay.
if you're just a beast.
What's your
I mean, I love that idea
weakness?
for a character.
Okay. Since I had to come up with it in 2 minutes, I came up with arrogant
Okay.
because that's easy.
So you.
I wanted to do damsels in distress, but I couldn't.
Well,
figure-
let's form that. Arrogant is that's a personality trait. Let's rephrase that into something that you're compelled to do. Right.
Okay.
So
Crystallize to action.
yeah. So we'll say that's like if you are arrogant, we'll say that you feel the need to
Take charge.
to take charge and to talk down to your lessers. Right. Okay.
And her concept is she is a rebel princess. Her mother, Constantina von Ryan V,
Ooh, we skipped a little bit.
her older sister is the sixth.
Figures.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is like the head of a theocracy type monarchy,
We have the same name for
and
next
she's
generation.
rebelling against that. And her drive is forbidden knowledge.
Okay.
And she also has cat eyes that are violet for her mutation.
Oh right, because she has it's forbidden knowledge thing. Right. Cool. Okay. Female pronouns, I assume?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Steven.
I am playing Kasbiel, Kasbiel. Kantika, Kantica.
Hold on.
Yep.
First name K-E.
Kasbiel. Kasbiel. Last name Kantica, Kantica.
And your archetype?
Beast.
Beast.
had to be sure.
I don't want to pigeonhole people.
I was bouncing between that and Alien, but the starting Alien stuff, I was like,
You
it's
weren't as
not
keen
really.
on. Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't fitting. So
That's cool.
I morphed it into Beast.
Okay, so your concept, like, who are you?
Concept? I am the sole survivor of my squad that was wiped out by a alien fungus, effectively.
Okay,
Wow.
So I'm mutated via that fungus.
I see.
Ooh,
Cool.
gross.
An unhealthy symbiosis with
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
thing that killed your men.
I've got shoulder
women.
claws, basically.
Ah.
Extra set of limbs.
You've got a Zergling attached.
Basically.
to it.
It's like Morpheus, or not Morpheus.
Morbius,
from,
yeah.
A little bit like that.
Okay.
Okay. So what's your weakness?
Weakness? Afraid of the dark.
Okay.
Afraid of darkness.
Makes
That's
sense.
fun.
What's
Yep.
that? Is
Especially
that
with
nyctophobia?
fungi.
Is that
Yeah.
right?
I think so. That sounds right.
Nyctophobia, extreme irrational fear of the night or darkness. Yes.
Yep.
Nyctophobic.
Night.
It was a night ambush, so.
I pulled that word right out of my ass.
Well,
Damn.
and fungus usually grows better.
In dark
In dark.
places.
Dark,
Yeah, so-
wet places.
Yes.
Damn.
Okay. And male or female pronouns?
Male.
Or- okay.
Mhm.
Cool. Okay.
They drive for revenge.
Oh, against the fungus? Presumably.
That's funny.
So,
Pretty straightforward, but
So,
I'll get you, mold.
from a certain logical conclusion, the most immediate revenge is just to just obliterate yourself, like to hurl yourself into the sun.
in a
right?
way, yeah.
Okay. Well, so I think I'm understanding now. So you will destroy the fungus, and then you'll take care of yourself last. Got it.
As I'm still a potential host for whatever
It's
the heck
true.
is going on.
Yeah, you gotta. It can't come back to Earth.
But first, I'm running around with a squeegee bottle of like water and bleach and just.
Sure.
Squeaky,
Yeah.
squeaky, squeaky.
Wax on, wax off.
Yep.
Okay. So, very good. So, Asa, Grimoire, Lady Constantina, and Caspio.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do we have pronouns for Caspio?
Caspio's a male.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Male presenting. So, the four of you will be taking place in an adventure that I put together because. Let me tell you something about this system. It was put together, and the shtick of it is like traveling through the ultracosm, like all of the different like planes and dimensions and planets and stuff like that. It was designed to run a bunch of different adventures from various systems whose mechanics are completely different, right? So it was like, okay, so we want to play a D&D adventure one day, and then we want to play a Lamentations of the Flame Princess adventure, and now we want to do Stars Without Number adventure, and then we're going to switch over to Dungeon Crawl Classics. Like, it's that kind of thing. So taking those adventures and putting them all under kind of one banner, that is the sort of general gist of this system. Like, why it was put together was to facilitate that kind of like back and forth genre flipping cool flexibility. That having been said, I chose not to use an existing adventure. This is like what I put together after 2 days of off and on like scripting and stuff like that. So your adventure is called The Violet Bride of Azenomei. For reasons that will be very clear soon. So you start this adventure. One thing that I should ask: can we just assume you all know each other, or do you want to leap through those hoops?
I'd much rather just assume we all know each other. It'd be
Okay.
way easier.
Yeah.
And we will. You can work that out in play about what that history entails, right?
Sounds good.
We have to be best friends, right?
I'm at least going to let you assume that we're best friends.
Beep, boop, boop, beep.
Because if he assumes otherwise, that might be a failing on your behalf.
which deserves an autopsy.
Let's go for it. Yeah. Let's just fucking go for it.
All right.
So,
I think you're goddamn adorable.
Nice.
so the four of you are walking the highly polished stainless steel bridge of one of the Imperishable Order's high-end flagships. Currently in a kind of a hiding orbit behind a small planetoid that is just outside of the sphere of influence of a planet called Azenomei. You are here on invitation from Captain GRobertRachelSteven. Not that you need to,
Yeah.
know
Do we need
exactly how to spell that.
In case I need to reference him, I will phonetically spell it.
Captain Industos, a female captain, she has called you here on board her personal flagship as a decorated, long-serving hero of the heroine, I should say, of the Imperishable Order. This is her flagship, her troops, her people. She has invited you here to undertake a special mission, not on behalf of the Imperishable Order, which you know as like a legendary mercenary company throughout the various dimensions and planes, throughout the Ultracosm, people know about the Imperishable Order. But apparently something personal that she needs to. And that she's willing to, provide money, connections, whatever you need to motivate you to do this thing. She's in a bind, and she wants a small team of people that she's not formally connected to do a job. So you're walking along, again, these sort of stainless steel halls, this massive bridge with all manner of sort of blinking computer units and virtual holographic displays. There are uniformed, black-booted soldiers going left and right, attending to various sort of controls and talking amongst themselves, looking at, the futuristic, the space version of a clipboard.
Space iPads.
Just chatting and always looking very professional, very serious, getting things done. And you see that at the forefront of the bridge, standing before the sort of the vast nanoglass windshield of essentially viewport, I should say, of the flagship, is Captain Industos herself. She is she's about 5'7". She's not exactly a imposing figure, but she is an athletic woman, hair tied up in a bun under a what's called some people call it a side cap or a flight cap. It's like that kind of it's kind of hard to describe. It looks like a little boat on top of your head.
Oh, it's Charlie.
basically.
Okay.
Yeah, and then but you can take it off and lay it flat.
Yeah,
and,
I know what it is, yeah.
And a dark blue uniform, double-breasted, boots, mantle, and high-collared mantle with the kind of cape in the background, and just bedazzled with medals and decorations everywhere. She is probably the most highly regarded member of the Imperishable Order that has ever been. Right. People know her name and her storied history throughout the Ultracosm. She turns on her heel and sees the four of you approaching, and then gestures for you to come, and then turns back around and looks out into sort of the vastness of space.
Caspiel is going to approach and make it more so clear through sound, emphasizing that, but do the snap the boots together, pound the chest a little bit to notice, just to get that sound to be trying to show honor and respect. Captain Industos, it is a honor to even be summoned aboard this ship.
She turns, clicks her heels together, gives you the same sort of military salute. Mr. Canticut, I'm glad you could join us. I knew that your expertise would be valuable in this particular mission. I'm glad to have you on board.
Willing to serve.
Extend my hand.
She does so. There's a firm pump.
I look at that gesture and repeat.
She offers you a firm
Yep.
pump.
It's a pleasure to see you in this outfit, fleshy person.
She sort of, her eyes narrow slightly.
You could just
Thank you.
after pleasure to see you.
Pleasure to see you. And a nod.
Thank you.
And I hold out my hand.
She understanding sort of the protocol. And sort of gives a kind of a nod and up and down. She doesn't kiss the hand, but she does a sort of a deference gesture.
Yes.
It's quite the view you have.
I'm pleased that we may have the opportunity to help each other out.
Yes, I was surprised that a member of such a prestigious family as the Von Ryans would bother to sully themselves is not the right word, but to deign to meddle in imperishable order affairs. Don't get me wrong, I am pleased, but a little perplexed.
Yes, well, there's somewhat of a difference of opinion in the family right now.
I see. Well, that difference of opinion will be a bonus to my needs.
Yes.
And you, madam?
Did I already introduce myself to her, or did I need to do that?
You shook her hand, but you didn't say anything.
Isabel, nice to meet you. It's quite the view you have up here.
Yes, it's this particular sector of space is it's a marvel to behold. There are a number of particularly unique planets here. Their atmospheres, their terrain.
Target, mission. What is this all about?
Let her finish talking.
Straight to the point. I like it.
I like it too.
I have an important mission that I require independent contractors, if you will, to accomplish. The key words here for this particular mission: discretion, subtlety, and efficiency.
I could be described by those words. Thank you.
So I have heard, and I hope that will reflect on your actions in this mission. Now, if you come, let's talk. And she sort of gestures, and you begin making your way off of the bridge, sort of down a separate hallway throughout the flagship.
As we walk, I will say to her, I would love to discuss at length more of what you feel about the atmospheres of these, and I'll start naming off the planets she was talking about. I'm I find them absolutely fascinating.
Yes, they are. A lot of high engineering terraforming has gone into making these planets as beautiful jewels for sentient species that they are. But as your friend so delicately put, hardly any time for such discussion.
Precisely.
Let me be clear. This mission that I am requiring of you, I'm asking of you, is not on behalf of the imperishable order. That's on behalf of me, as a person, a human being, needing something done and hoping that you'll oblige. You see that planet there? And she points out through the one of the sort of side view nanoglass windows out to Azenomei in the distance, which is this dark, silvery kind of planet with a sort of a heavy atmosphere. It kind of looks like a imagine that a ball bearing was out in space, but the ball bearing was made out of mercury, and somebody had periodically disturb the mercury on the surface.
Okay.
And above that, there's this kind of the trappings of an atmosphere. There's heavy clouds and things like that. That's what the planet looks like. Azenomei, as some of you may already be familiar with, is the seat of the Maganti aristocracy. They are nobles of that planet by right. Well, I won't talk politics, but they are the leaders of this planet. They are the controllers, essentially. I have had dealings with them before. I don't find them particularly pleasant to be around, but the Imperishable Order and myself have run certain skirmishes for them, have taken on certain jobs for their particular needs.
Are we talking about sentient species?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes, these are the Maganti are humanoid. They talk and argue and
Wonderful.
and war like the rest of us.
Wonderful.
There is one, however, that is very different, much to my pleasure. I have had several opportunities in my engagements with the Maganti to become familiar with the Maganti's youngest daughter, Princess Acacia Maganti. And, well, I'll be frank. We have developed something of a relationship. One that is highly, highly discouraged by the rest of the Maganti family.
Understandable.
Yes. Now, neither of us have any mind to that. We would love to be together somewhere else in the Ultracosm, but Maganti, as a noble family, as aristocrats, they have a certain responsibility attached to them. The princess's responsibility is to marry. She is due to marry a visiting viscount, Chicklug, who is, from all accounts, selfish, tasteless, a political and social manipulator.
It has an awful name.
And has simply no interest in the princess as a person, like I do.
Typical noble.
I wasn't going to say so, but...
You're right.
What is the purpose of the union?
It appears to be a matter of formality and business. By joining their two houses, their mercantile ranking in the Ultracosm will go up 1 or 2%, and which will see dividends and
1
so
or
on and so forth.
2%.
It's all about the profit, don't worry.
Wonderful.
Yes.
What is our role in
Good
all
for
this?
their family, but not good for the princess. Or for me, for that matter.
Of course.
Here's what I'm suggesting.
Is this something about emotions?
Yes.
The four of you have your own unique set of skills that I think would be appropriate for a rescue mission.
Oh, I love rescue missions.
Now here's the problem.
Does she want to be rescued?
I can't provide any support to you. I can't do it. The Imperishable Order can't do it. In fact, I can't be seen by people I don't trust, even interacting with you, or being tied to what you're about to do.
Understandable.
That would be a political nightmare.
Yes.
Absolutely.
A learning about social interaction between a person like you and Princess Acacia
Acacia? Yeah.
would be enough reward for me.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. We're a little stretched thin on resources that are not public, not tied
But
to
I
the
cannot
order.
speak for my companion.
Of course. Of course.
What is the plan after we rescue her?
to get her back to this flagship.
How will you keep that a secret?
Well, if you are able to take the long way out, if people don't see, if you are but one launch from an entire planet, you're unlikely to be noticed. You can make your way back behind this planetoid, outside of their sensor ranges, deposit the princess here in the flagship, and then we can begin our elopement. It's that simple.
I was thinking more in the future for you, but I'm sure you have a plan for that.
Oh, don't worry about that.
Okay.
My time with the Imperishable Order and my significant clout with the organization gives me the means to disappear, and comfortably. After all, who knows when the next battle may happen and I will be missing in action?
Well, I am a sucker for true love, and I do love to help my friends, and I do hope we can be friends.
I'd like that very much too. Not that we will see each other much after this mission is complete, but...
Is their profit decrease enough that they might send someone after her?
Yes.
2%, yes, of course.
Not only in terms of the potential profit loss of this ruined marriage, but also that, well, you'll effectively be kidnapping her. Not against her will. I've spoken to her many times, and we are on the same wavelength about wanting to escape together and live a life of adventure.
If you would use the word misplacing instead of kidnapping, it would make...
That seems fair. Now, I did say kidnapping because that is how it has to appear.
Yes.
Yes.
Ah.
You can either pose as unscrupulous wedding guests, common pirates, who knows? The important thing is that you assume some kind of group identity that is not of the Imperishable Order. Get down to the planet, take custody of the princess, and bring her here so that we can escape. That's all. Well, of course, that's not all. The Meganti are a powerful family, and the service of Azenomei, as you may know, is essentially a death trap, but that's why I hired you.
It would seem to me that there is no problem getting onto the planet's surface. Would we have a way out?
Not one that I've arranged, no.
We have to make one. A quiet one.
I can provide you, via this flagship, an unmarked, unregistered shuttle that you can use to get to the surface of the planet. From there, you'll have to make your way from the point of inception over to the Meganti Palace and insinuate yourself, if you will, into the wedding proceedings and do what you do.
Very well.
Capture the bride.
I believe I have a plan.
Excellent.
Is it a good plan?
Absolutely. It involves trash compactor.
It's a work in progress.
We can talk in the details a little later.
We can, there's a phrase called spitball.
Let me be clear. I would like the princess here
Alive
and intact. Yes,
Some of us
course.
understand that.
All
Okay.
limbs attached.
Yes.
Got it.
Oh.
To be alive. Yes, to be.
Everything's
I'm sorry.
still
My mistake. I should have been clearer. Yes, she should be alive.
No, he's just an
I
idiot.
apologize
Ah.
for my AI
Companion.
friend.
No, I disagree. I disagree, my lady. I believe that this being is like many of its kind, learning.
Yes. I appreciate your understanding.
Of course, I've dealt with a few
A marvel of research.
artificials in my time. One more.
Biological research.
One more complication I should note. Right now, of according to Azenomei planetary time, it is
Sorry, bug.
Yeah, there's a fly buzzing around here.
Okay.
it is
Sorry.
it is 0100 hours. At midnight, so to speak, 2400 hours, the wedding is going to take place. Today's the day. And so if extraction is going to happen, it has to happen today.
Way to go. To wait till the last moment.
We appreciate the opportunity to help you and understand.
It was a long intergalactic travel. And now is the perfect
like
time to
slowly
extract.
squeezing your arm. I understand with the
Bare
haste
metal.
that she must. If we wait till the last second, there's less time for someone to foil your plan.
There's a ticking clock. And if she is formally wed to this Viscount, there's nothing I can do about it.
Yes.
That's it.
I guess they were waiting for the appropriate crew.
Absolutely. Nailed it.
Now, do you have any questions for me before we muster the shuttle?
What does that medal mean?
Oh,
And I'm
this
pointing
is...
on the biggest and the shiniest one.
Oh, I saved the president of Ocelai 4 from a flesh-eating nanovirus.
Ah, noted.
She's helped a lot of people.
What do you
Yes,
know
we might have a
about
lot of people.
Azenomei's defensive capability? Will we have to worry about any sort of anti-spaceship capabilities? Of what form of military or armed guards will we have to worry about around this wedding? I'm sure there is security.
In terms of planet-wide security, there's not much to speak of. The surface of Azenomei is caustic. It's difficult to traverse. 98% of the planet is covered in this strange fluid, almost like a sea, if you will, but not made of water or any traditional liquids you might be familiar with. And it's dangerous, highly dangerous, lethal. And so it acts as a kind of a soft defense for anyone looking to take the planet. There's just
A really big.
not enough space to mount any kind of invasion or command, and there's not many targets. It can't take a land invasion or anything of that sort. It almost seems not worth the trouble.
Do you have any ears on the ground for details of the wedding itself?
No.
How technically advanced is the population?
The Magante are, they do have state-of-the-art technology. They are not dealing in, say, experimental weaponry like some of our divisions are. They have standard issue...
Bows and arrows?
No, that would be certainly simple, wouldn't it? No. They have standard issue beam spears, cork sabers, glue-on guns and rifles. Typical weapons of our time. And there are quite a few security, both in terms of guards people and sort of upper echelon staff within the palace itself, that should things turn violent within, it will be very difficult to repel all of them. Not that you aren't capable, but sheer numbers will win out, of course. That having been said, there is another people that live on Azenomei. How familiar are you with the Magante aristocracy's businesses?
Can I make a roll to find out?
Yes. Let's say that's a mind roll. So you're adding your mind modifier.
Is it a d20 roll?
Yes,
Yeah.
D20. And you're trying to beat a 15.
What's affinity do for me?
Affinity is like soak. Remember, it's
Oh, right. Okay.
I failed it.
I also failed it.
I just know it.
Yeah, you do just fucking know it. Look at that.
because of your
I'm
power.
at 21.
Oh, no, you
18 plus
rolled
good
well.
roll. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Good roll.
I just know it.
So you know Grimoire, just out of like, you've got that stored away somewhere.
Downloaded.
Yeah. You know that the Magante are their stature and their money and everything, their power, comes from essentially their control of a slave race. There's a particular kind of creature, a sentient creature, called the Ungro.
Ungro.
Ungro. The Ungro are basically the only indigenous life on Azenomei. They are capable of living in this caustic sea. Specifically, they live under it. They live under the water, under the fluid, so to speak, in these shanty towns, and they are forced to mine these highly prized, rare, expensive crystals that form on the surface of the planet, and ship them, via the Maganti's sort of, logistics, and that makes them all their money.
Getting an oud vibe from them.
I mean, yeah.
So Maganti are like wealthy
Aristocrats, yeah.
aristocrats of the planet, and they have Ungro as their slaves.
Yes.
I'm gonna ask the lady captain. How do they control Ungro? What is the? Because if we're going history-wise, the slaves are majority of creatures, and the aristocrats are they're less.
Mm-hmm.
How they're not taking over? What's the power that keeps them there?
The Maganti essentially control the technology on the planet.
Okay.
They are superior in terms of firepower, in terms of technology, and the Ungro, from what I understand, I only met one or two of them, and not meaningfully, not formally when I was there. They are a meek people. They shy away from conflict, and especially physical, like armed conflict. And so they are, it's much more in their nature, so to speak, to bend to this authoritarian will rather than rise up as a people and overthrow their masters.
They are nothing. Flesh and
Not true.
work. Excuse me? They have no value for me.
Doesn't mean they don't have value.
Oh, of course they have value. They work.
We're having this conversation, friend.
We can discuss this more on the way.
Mm-hmm.
Pull out a big philosophy book.
Here's Kant.
Now, as you mentioned, they are the natives of the planet. They have a number in magnitudes greater than the Maganti family and their retainers and their guards. They could, if they had the means and the desire, throw off those shackles and throw the Maganti into the mirrored sea, if they so desire. But that's fomenting a revolution. That's not a simple thing.
No, it's not.
Now,
If it were up to me, if I had sanction from the Imperishable Order, I'd go down there and bomb the living shit out of them and liberate the Ungro, because that's what we do. But I don't have that contract, I don't have those orders, or that support,
I can appreciate that.
so I can't do anything about that. My hands are tied.
Perhaps
Yeah.
they can be used in other ways, though. They probably know the entrances and outrances of the palace better. Would you say?
They routinely go up to the surface of this small island on which the palace rests. And they do use what are essentially service entrances, work entrances. So, yes, if you manage to make contact with some of them discreetly, you could find better avenues of entrance into the palace.
Thank you.
I see no problem doing that.
Well, as long as
charismatic
you
after
see no
all.
problem in
If you walk in there and tell them that they are nothing, they're not really going to help you.
I'm not going to do it. Maybe behind their backs when they turn around.
All right. This is not a discussion for now.
Agreed. Also, can I just make a note that I appreciate that species of your kind just choose to keep the name for generations and then just change the number?
I appreciate the information. We will see you soon.
She gives you all sort of a good look. She does another military salute.
Swoop back.
Blessings of the martial law.
I mimic perfectly.
Now,
Give her a nod.
if you'll follow me,
Mm-hmm.
we'll muster the shuttle.
Of course.
Fantastic.
She strides down the hall, and the four of you follow, making your way to the hangar bay, which is chock full of fighter craft and large bombing craft and all manner of sort of state-of-the-art tools of war. At the very sort of back end of the shuttle, nearest the essentially permeable force field that essentially keeps the vacuum of space out but allows ships to pass through, is an almost kind of pill-shaped silver craft with some what looks like that it's been very clearly based on sort of the look of it, and also as you approach, there's a smell of a kind of a caustic chemical. It's clearly been basically like scrubbed clean.
Yeah.
Like lingering sort of geological or DNA traces, any kind of decals or anything like that were on the thing. This is gone. It's basically like a sleek silver bullet that's going to take you down to the planet.
I like it.
Hopefully back up.
All I know is that within being that character and me being this character, it's going to turn into Fading Suns real quick.
She wraps on the side of the shuttle, and it opens up in a kind of a sort of a suicide door style, like a DeLorean door, right? Mm-hmm. And she gestures for you inside. You?
First in.
Yeah.
Whee! I get to fly.
Take last in.
Before, as you come in, she grabs you on the shoulder. Mr. Cantica, one more word before you board.
Of course, Captain.
I don't have to stress how important this is to me and to the princess. Whatever you can do to ensure her safety, do it.
I will put my life before hers.
Very good. I wish you the best of luck.
I feel like you're the only one she would have actually picked to do this.
It's like... yeah, probably.
Yeah.
So you take your way in, the seals up, and you can see inside that it looks essentially like a small shuttlecraft. There are the seats for the pilot and what looks like a sort of a navigator, and there are a series of about 4 other seats that are on a kind of like a swivel in the rear. But the actual shuttle is pretty small and a little cramped. I mean, the 4 of you inside. But you can see that the power is coursing through it. The navigation, piloting displays are all up and beginning diagnostics. It is ready to be piloted down to the surface.
I will hit the pilot seat.
Nope. Already there.
Shotgun.
Yeah, you can have shotgun.
Yes, you can.
Okay,
Try to touch something.
so you're in the pilot seat. You hit the navigators, like
Yep,
the side
yep,
seat.
yep.
Okay.
I don't understand why the pilots
Anything
are
kind of near the
nervous
back,
for this.
closest to the door, that kind of like
Because you need to
jump
be
master
focused.
position.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's what looks like
I will swivel.
a carbon fiber line just above the
Oh, yeah.
the actual opening of the
wonderful.
shuttle that you
You
can
can do this.
hang on to.
So great.
Yeah.
Spinning
See if
chairs.
there's an easy like clip in for the armor or something.
Yes, I mean, it's absolutely that kind of thing that you could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little carabiner on it and just
Yeah.
like prepped and ready in case this thing crashes.
Oh, you mean while the pilot and the navigator are contemplating how much better swivel chairs are?
Yeah,
than
we're talking about the
stationary
seats.
Like just I'm imagining just that like stoic face of just like, all right, getting ready to do a normal drop. The two of you are up front, like as you mentioned, contemplating the pros and cons of swivel versus fixed chairs.
You can look anywhere, 360 degrees.
You can spin.
You can also
Fix
be
the
thrown
mobility.
anywhere, 360 degrees.
Nice.
So,
And then he starts spinning, going, "Oh, this is nice."
what about Lady Constantine?
I'm sitting in what is comfortable and as far away from everybody else as possible because I'm too important for any of this shit.
So, sort of the back left. None of these seats are particularly in better condition or more comfortable than the others. So, you're simply to take your seat and kind of distance yourself from the motley crew. Okay, so if you are going to pilot this thing, Asa,
the concept I took is literally pilot.
that's
I have to.
that's true. I mean, you don't have to. You could let.
I can do it.
Yeah, you could let go Grimoire here too.
I was built for tasks way harder than this.
This is robotic child's play.
Let
Well,
the
he's right
fleshy
there
show
if
you how
I
it's
fuck
done.
it up. How about that?
So you're going to pilot this ship down to the surface.
I'm
You're
going
going to want to
to
do.
attempt.
That's
Now
what
I'm nervous.
that's what I'm gonna say to the back. I'm right here if she's gonna fuck it up.
You just
wanna-
get no reply.
You want to do so quickly, safely. So I need you to make
Safely.
yes. So I need you to make a mind check
Okay.
with advantage because you're a pilot, but you're not necessarily familiar with these systems.
But it's also a short jaunt, right?
Yeah. So you're going to roll that. You're going to need to beat a 12.
Oh, easy.
Okay.
See?
Done. 17.
17. Very good. Okay. So you, despite not having worked with this particular model of shuttle before, it all kind of hews to a type. You bring up the coordinates and everything like that. You engage the thrusters and everything like that. Everything sort of makes
Reverse
sense
the
to you.
polarity, yeah.
Don't do that. It'll blow up.
Oh, I'm
It'll
sorry,
blow up
okay.
stuff.
Yeah, I
I
squint.
do that to fix things.
I
I'm sorry.
squint every time you just like go to the button and push it.
I ignore you.
So you take off, you begin to hover, and then you make your way through the permeable force field. Lady Constantina, you can see through a sort of a side port that still standing in the hangar, giving you sort of a strong salute, is the captain there. She acknowledges that you've left the flagship safely before she turns on her heel and makes her way back to the bridge. So you are rocketing towards the atmosphere of Azenomei. You begin to sort of pierce the atmosphere. Sort of thick smoke-like clouds are whipping past you, and you can very quickly see as you break atmosphere, and you see sort of the telltale streaks of heat and fire and spark coming across the front nose of the ship as it's diving and bursting through the atmosphere. You can see, sure enough, what looks like a almost endless sea of this mercury-like material, this like viscous, silvery fluid everywhere, as if the sea was simply made of mercury or silver.
Very simple.
You can see at the far distance, kilometers and kilometers away, is what looks like an island and a large sort of white and black structure that's architecture is reminiscent of. It looks like half fortress, half palace. And you are heading directly towards the sea.
So I want to land on the edge of the island. Like,
Well,
no, huh?
you can do so, but you know that
Before we
that would
crash,
cause a bit of a kerfuffle.
Oh, would it? Okay, then never mind.
Now you know that based on what the captain told you, there's a place called the Point of Inception that
right,
should
yeah.
be relatively nearby, and it acts as a kind of
like hub.
like a dock or a jetty or something that it's a place where essentially craft, if they have to land on the planet, will land, and they will then charter some kind of conveyance across the sea to the island of the Maganti Palace.
A train or a carriage.
Graham, find the point of inception. Tell me where to go. You're the navigator.
Oh!
If you don't want to do it, move!
Error!
Okay, so bing, bing, bing. That's going to be this same setup that she's made. Okay, so mind roll, advantage. You got to get 12 or higher.
Easily done.
Well, you got a 12.
15.
So you tap into the Navi computer, and you're able to see. Okay, so it looks like a couple of kilometers to the east is a small landmass that, based on the movement of vehicles and life forms there, that seems to be the point of inception that they were talking about.
A couple kilometers to the west.
Okay, ping it on my screen so I can see it.
Done.
I have no idea how to use
Just
this
like
weird technology.
One switch.
I just lean over and go dink. And you were gonna.
My specialty is human relationship.
Okay, I need you to have a human
Or,
relationship with the ship.
Meat bag relationship.
Human is a better term.
Don't tell Grimoire to have any kind of relationship with the ship, okay?
I'm a little worried by the wording.
Data points.
Okay, we've talked about this. You don't refer to them as meat bags.
I am suitable for any type of probing.
Any type.
Any type.
We don't
Business?
talk about that.
Casual?
But you don't.
Traditional casual.
You don't call things meat bags especially to their faces. We've talked about this. Do you remember that time on Exxon 9 where you got punched in the middle face? I know it's hard to pin.
Loading.
You don't call things meat bags.
Noted. Meat bag.
Ugh. Okay.
I find this relationship extremely valuable for my exploration.
Okay.
It's loading.
His eyes turn into little buffer inside.
So,
good.
Grimoire brings that up on sort of the HUD that is displayed on the viewport, and you pilot the shuttle heading towards this small sort of landmass.
While we're traveling a couple of these miles,
Mhm.
can we talk about our legend? Because it doesn't seem like anyone is waiting for us.
But what we're going to say while we're there.
Right.
Yeah.
So we can... I have two ideas. We're either here for the wedding or to buy meat bags.
To buy meat bags.
The ungrow.
Oh, so you like slaves?
Yes, of course.
I thought you might have meant just people.
Well,
You there? Are you for sale?
How about we are
It doesn't
accompanying
matter.
Lady Constantina Van Ryan VII to the wedding, which is something that sounds like a royal would be at, correct?
Yes.
correct?
Now you know that because the Maganti family is notoriously kind of closed off socially, nobody in your family received an invitation, a formal invitation. So
I don't need an invitation.
I mean, that's a very royal thing to say, right?
Yeah.
And that's what we're going to tell anyone if they stop us.
Understood.
Do you need me to repeat that? Program it in. Come here.
just probe it in there.
I'll just do SOS taps.
I am
inside
here
your
for
head.
that, exactly.
I love the idea of you being like a grand intellect, but you've got like the thought transfer is like a 56K modem or something. Where it's like it just takes a little while, but I got a whole lot up there.
Yeah.
You just gotta.
No, it's just choosing that perfect answer from
There
like
you go,
bajillion of them.
Choice paralysis.
Yeah.
An incredible knowledge on like a floppy disk, a really big floppy disk.
Yes. Hey, this body is not of my choice.
So as you are making your way towards this landmass and you're getting a look at this strangely beautiful world in its own right. There's a kind of like bizarre alien beauty to it. You gain 4 wonder
I'm filled with wonder.
for breaking atmosphere on a whole new place and
Nice.
checking out this cool location.
I have an Eldritch Compass too, which can point us towards the closest source of wonder.
Okay.
Cool. So when we land, I might pop it out.
So you you make your way through the atmosphere, and you begin to set down in this sort of large metal ring, essentially. It looks like a sort of a docking bay of sorts. You can see
Easy.
very slowly lowering.
Easy. I could have done better.
You can see that coming out of the interior of the ring structure towards the ship is a small cadre of armed guards.
They know we're here!
There are about 5 of them. They're walking in formation. They all have spears that they have sort of strapped to their backs diagonally. They've got what looks like they've got guns and holsters that are nearby, and they're wearing this kind of ornamental plate armor, essentially. So they look like sort of proper soldiers. They're marching forward looks like to intercept the ship. They look like they're the welcoming committee, for lack of a better word. They don't appear to be moving towards you with any ill intent yet.
Would you
I will
like-
do the talking.
Nope.
No. I will do
For this
talking.
particular instance, they need to see Caspiel first as the lady's protector.
Of course, I need to introduce you, as any noble would have.
You are the lady's silent servant.
I don't understand.
And
Don't
I am
say a
her.
word. You are my pilot.
I would say currently I was performing a tracking. You know, I have
You know that thing you
skills.
do where you talk? Just don't do that.
That's what I do best.
Yes, well, don't do that.
So we get into wonder.
Noted.
The Discover Wonder card?
Yeah. Wonders never cease.
Oh, wonders never cease. Whenever your party gains wonder, add 1 to the wonder gain. Okay, so in that case you would be getting 5.
So I picked it.
Funny enough, I have 1 too. Would we get 6?
You have wonders never cease as well?
The
Yes,
compass? Yeah.
No, not the compass.
Is it the...
This is something
the-
different. I have wonders
power.
never
The
cease.
power is called wonders
Ah,
never
okay.
cease.
So whenever we gain
Then
wonder, we
no.
get an extra.
Yeah.
Okay, alright, so you've got 5 on the table right now.
Awesome.
So you see, I mean, they begin to move around to like the loading area, the sort of the hatch area, and you can see a firm series of.
Use that as sign to open the door.
You can see that they back up as the door begins to open. You can see that one of them steps forward. State your business.
Step out. Introducing Lady Constantina von Ryan VII.
You can see a look of kind of like slight confusion on the lead soldier's face. But you can also see there's one on the back left who's like,
And then we'll step to the side to formally reveal the lady behind me.
And I come striding out. And
And
I have to
crew,
grace,
of course.
And I'll like steer you to stand on the right side of her behind her and go, shh.
I have the grace power, so whenever I move, I look impressive.
okay, very good. So you stride out, your clothing flowing around you. You make your way elegantly off of the shuttle. Everyone looks significantly sort of like, quietly impressed, with the exception of the man in the back, who's practically like practically panting at the appearance of this noble woman.
I will note your movement to mimic it later.
The lead soldier gives a sort of a respectful nod. Greetings, my lady. I take it you are here for the wedding?
Of course I am.
Very good. we will need, as a formality, of course, to check your invitation.
I received no invitation. I assume this was an error on your part. I mean, you would not want to make an enemy out of the theocratic empire, would you?
He gives there's a kind of obvious sort of uncomfortable expression on his face.
I'm gonna stand behind and do this.
Jesus.
My apologies, my lady. I still must follow some form of protocol. If you'll give me a moment, I will speak with my superior.
Do so.
Gentlemen, if you will, please, you'll stay here and make sure that the lady and her party are well accompanied for. He turns his heel and walks back into the ring, and you can see that the 4 other soldiers are kind of like just sort of standing around awkwardly.
Stay still and don't move. Just
Sitting, waiting.
stand and stare. Him to the right, me to the left behind her. Just very professional looking, theoretically.
Still in front and kind of to the right.
Meanwhile, I am looking around behind the guards trying to ascertain anything that's going on.
It looks like so. This loading this landing bay essentially is just sort of a bare patch of earth that has been encircled by this large sort of ring-like structure, sort of gray metal steel, and it looks like it houses. It's thick enough to appear to be like essentially. Like you could fit one long hallway inside that is no doubt sort of divided into these quadrants that, have...
How far are these
Sensors and
guards
things.
from us? Like,
They're-
if I whisper something to any of my companions, will they overhear it?
They're about like 5 feet away.
So there's a chance.
There's a chance that they could hear, yes. And they're not like scrutinizing you, but they're right there. I mean,
They're doing the job.
it's likely that unless you like communicate telepathically with someone or do some kind of hand gesture, they'll probably understand what you're trying to communicate.
Speaking codes.
Are there any ungrow back there? On
Back
the dock, back on the landing bay where we can see?
Oh no, you don't see as you were coming over on the shuttle, you could see that there was a section like jutting out, a bit of land jutting out from the actual island with what looked like a kind of a plastisteel sort of dock area.
Okay.
But you didn't notice any ungrow, and you can't see that dock area from within this ring.
Okay.
Are you actually trying to talk?
I am actually trying to talk to my...
So I turn around, smack you across the face, and say, "Silence, fool! You will speak when spoken to."
My lady.
You can see that. You can see that that 3 of the soldiers are exceptionally uncomfortable with this, and one of the soldiers is like,
My lady, if you will permit me to inspect the outside of the ship from our journey to make sure it all is well working order.
Please do so.
I will look at you and give you the stay here face that you know. You know that face. I don't have to say it. We already know each other. You
Got
know
some-
that face.
Got some history.
so you're making a short patrol around the ship to kind of check things
That's
out.
the guise of it. I'm really just
You
trying
can
to
see that one of the soldiers kind of breaks off and sort of follows you at a respectable distance, like not shadowing you, but just kind of keep an eye
I
on you.
am taking my time, but I'm really just trying to figure out exits and entries and ways to help us.
It looks like there are 2 large entry and exit ways that act like a kind of a... You can see that there are small gaps in between, like forming a large section of the interior wall that looks like... You saw one of them open up to reveal the soldiers coming to greet you, and also opening up again for the lead soldier to go back in and do
Those are-
something. Check with the
Those are
superior.
really the
whatever.
only way to get in and out.
There are two of those. There's one at so you're off. There's one off to your left. That's where the lead soldier went to check with the superior, and there's one off to the far right that has not opened yet. It's clearly like sealed.
Okay.
Not permanently. You can see the little. You can see the small sliver of space in between them. It looks like it's meant to open up in the same way, but
Is there an apparent way to open it from this side?
not from this.
Where I can see.
Not from where you can see. No.
As
You imagine there's
okay.
some kind of like panel set on the wall, or that somebody has some kind of remote control
Key
for
card or
this, or
something,
something
yeah.
like that. Yeah.
As I walk around the ship, I'll just make conversation. This atmosphere really does a number on the outside of it, doesn't it? Just kind of make small talk, and walk around, try to bide my time and make sure everything's good to go. Not stalling as much so it'll be suspicious, but like long enough to get a good long gander to the place and hopefully for the lead soldier to get back.
Another few minutes, and the lead soldier. You see the side of the interior of the ring, and the lead soldier's striding out with his kind of head down, looking obviously sort of uncomfortable. He sort of makes his way back to the ship, and for a moment looks around, sees that the soldier is sort of tracking you, and makes a note of that. My sincerest apologies, my lady, but the Maganti executors themselves have informed me that no one is to attend without receipt of an official invitation.
Ridiculous. This is the most insulting thing I've ever heard. Let me speak to these people.
Okay, I want you to let's make a mind roll. We'll say it's with advantage, because it falls under the royal kind of heading, right? And you need to beat let's check here. So you need to beat a 12. How about that?
Which soldier is with me? Is it the one that's infatuated with the
That's
the
an
lady
8.
here?
No, just one of the rank and file.
But that is an 11, so I
you
got
go.
14.
14, very good. So you see the lead soldier kind of swallows hard. If you insist, my lady, if you will follow me to the communications room.
Okay. Now, before we get there, here's what I want to do.
Okay.
And everybody listen to this, because it's going to involve using wonder.
Okay.
I want to use the marvelous...
Can you give him explosive diarrhea?
Not in this game.
Okay.
Isn't it like 6 points?
Marvelous...
Yeah, it's explosive diarrhea right here.
Marvelous adaptation. You draw upon the magnificent and raw potential of the ultracosm to become an expert of a topic on your choice for the scene. So, basically, I want to be an expert on their protocol and their relations, and explain explain in such a way that our two families and the theocratic Tellurian Empire has been of aid to them in the past.
Sure, yeah, you want to...
Political bullshit.
You want to, yeah, just basically like politically maneuver your way.
Into
Yeah.
the wedding.
Got it, cool. Okay, so that would require 3 wonder to spend. Does everyone...
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that sounds good.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need an in.
Okay, so remember on the back to record that you've earned 5 and spent 3.
For everybody or just...
It's a party-wide
It's a cool
thing,
mark.
so that... I just want everybody to keep track of it. Because it says on the back, total party wonder earned and total party wonder spent.
Okay.
Cool.
Nice.
Because you'll look at that spent value later and see, okay, did we spend 10 or 20 or whatever?
Did we cross the
Did we cross the threshold, right, to get an advancement? Okay.
Would there be are we all going to this control panel?
It looks like
it's just-
it looks like the lead soldier's escorting the lady personally into the ring structure, to the communications room, is what he said. So the two of you make your way across the landing patch. Again, as you draw closer, Lady Constantina, you can see that he he essentially waves his palm, in front of a
Okay.
small rectangular notch that is set into the interior of the ring wall.
Oh, please tell me I see that.
You hear a light. If you're taking, since you come around, you hear a kind of a light boom noise, and you can see the interior opens up, and inside you can see a what looks like a pretty sizable interior room that nonetheless has got a lot of sleek industrial kind of polish to it. It doesn't look like a garrison or a barracks or anything. It has a kind of elegance, though not necessarily your taste, that you would expect from the Maganti family and their riches, right? Striding across the marble floors, he opens a nearby door for you and gestures for you to go inside.
I walk in like I own the place.
Of course. Inside, you can see a number of sort of computer terminals and a large screen that is currently displaying what looks like biological, topographical data, basically everything that you might need to know about the planet of Azenomei sort of at a glance. Right. He moves over to one of the nearby computer terminals and punches in a series of numbers, and then sort of steps aside and gestures. If you will interface with this screen here, my lady.
Of course.
Are we in the ship like two? We're only ones in the ship left, right? In the shuttle?
I assumed you guys were all like kind of hanging around the shuttle.
Okay.
Because I had to step out to introduce, so I've been kind of like in that front position, effectively between any of the guards in the ship or any of the guards in you two.
The ship door is still essentially open, so you can hang out in the door.
I just want to gesture you to come inside for a word.
I will finish as soon as I see Caspiel go in. I will finish up my little project, nod to the soldier following me, and walk back in the ship nonchalantly.
Yeah, I'll be standing by the door to like split attention, listening to you, but keeping an eye on everybody out there.
Kind of want to talk in a low key so the guards will not overhear me, and say, there are not that many guards. If we dispose of majority of their flesh, we can assume their form.
No.
It's too soon.
Also, they use something in their palm to open the door.
We can keep that part of flesh.
No.
If things go poorly, it's a solution, but until things go poorly, I would not be the first to invoke their wrath.
I'm just
How about
thinking about those things up front.
you ask to go to the bathroom and see if you can figure out the
It's just like left eyebrow goes up. When it's done, the second eyebrow goes down, goes up.
There's a light humming noise.
There's not a bathroom on the ship, right?
There's not a bathroom.
Oh god, you guys are always already making plans to fuck this up.
No, we're not. That way you can get eyes. That way you can get closer on the technology that opens and closes.
I will
the
do
door.
so.
Back in the communications room, the screen springs to life, and you can see before you a regally dressed, violet-skinned a humanoid, clearly of a sort of an elderly bent and a kind of a wizened look, wearing a sort of a ceremonial headdress. And he very quickly, basically barks at the screen. What's this all about?
And I put a hand up to the soldier. I respectfully introduce myself to him. And then I go on to a long-winded spiel about how deeply hurt I was about not being invited to this when our families have so helped each other in the past.
This is like a 30-minute lecture, right?
Now, you recognize this man immediately. This is sort of the patriarch of the Maganti family, Bothu. And you know that if there's anybody who knows all this rigmarole, it's him. And so you can see that as you go on to this lengthy spiel, his irritation quickly gives way to like, to sort of dreary-eyed boredom, and then like a look of hopelessness on his face.
And then another 30 minutes pass.
Ah, yes.
Eventually, like halfway through your spiel, fine. I formally apologize for any mistake that might have been made with the logistics of the invitation sending. You're more than welcome to make your way to the palace and attend our lovely ceremony.
Of course, as we all know, these things happen.
You just in the middle of your talk, immediately ceases communications.
Sounds like diplomacy.
Don't think he likes you very much.
In the ship, I
To
disrobe.
be perfectly honest,
Why
I
are
don't
you
like him at all.
disrobing?
Hold on. Okay. Let me hear that again. In the ship, you disrobe.
I told you to tell
Okay.
him you need to go
All
to the bathroom.
This is how you meatbags do it.
Yeah, you get completely naked, and then you evacuate, right?
You want me to be friends with your character. You gotta stop being so stupid, man.
Okay.
I mean, it's going to be painfully obvious
I will
that
put
you
my
did not go to the
jumpsuit
bathroom.
back on then.
You just tell him you need to go to the
It might be the polite way to say he needs to release some hydraulic fluid. I don't know.
I am.
Oh boy.
So the guard saw him start to disrobe. Yes.
I mean, if you did it like
No. I was in the ship, kind of like
if
prepared.
you were back in the ship, then no, you can't
yeah.
see goodness, can't see
Yeah.
that. They're still at like they're not peering in. They're just sort of like at the door of the ship, like waiting.
I'm effectively kind of acting as the door right now.
Right. Yeah.
Thank Christ
Yeah.
for that. So hopefully you don't even see this. You just.
It's just like zipper.
Yeah, it's that like you
off and then
hear the zip and it's just like not even a flinch, just like he's undressing. All right,
Don't look.
and
don't
then
look,
you hear
don't make eye
me.
contact.
remain focused.
The lead soldier kind of gives you sort of a slight nod and says, "Well, I am pleased, my lady, that the issue seems to have been resolved."
Yes, as we all are.
Yes. Well, if you will give me a moment to register your ship data, I should have you ready to proceed to the point of inception in just a few moments.
Of course.
And then he escorts you back to the interior landing patch, and the door closes behind you, leaving him inside.
And I immediately move over to you and say, this little mistake has been taken care of.
You can hear the soldier at the far left back. You can hear gives a very almost inaudible.
My lady, I believe you have a fan. And I'll look at the.
I have many.
Fuck it. I will walk up to that guard and go, "Hi, what's your name?"
You very quickly like a boy playing like soldier immediately like changes his face to one of like almost comical seriousness. He doesn't make eye contact with you. He's just,
I'll lean into him. Do you want me to introduce you to this lady?
Just I'm imagining he's just slowly the
sweat
sweat
receding
sweat.
down his face.
Blink once for yes and twice for no. My lady,
Yes, what is it?
would you please do me the honor of coming over here?
Yes, I'll indulge you.
Thank you. It's only because I drive her places. My lady Constantina Van Ryan the Seventh, and I'll do this ridiculous
Vaughn.
Vaughn. I wrote it down as Van. No. Okay, that's an O. Von Ryan the Seventh. I would like to introduce you to Greg, a dear soldier of your neighboring royal team. I say it better than that.
It's
And I'll look at you and be like,
it's actually Gregorio. Her bad friends call me Craig.
Yes, of course. It's a pleasure to meet you.
It's a meet pleasure with you.
Of course.
That's
Sort
what
of.
Greg is.
kind of like paralyzed by the event. He's sort of like he goes to like lean forward and kiss your hand, and then realizes that's not the thing to do, and then he just sort of grabs your hand. And then tries to pull you, and then goes, "No, I'm supposed to go towards you." And then he decides at the very end to do a very quick sort of vibrating of the hand.
You are an amusing man. That is a good quality. And I kind of slap him on the shoulder.
It would seem like he needs to release some liquids.
I'm ignoring you.
Are you speaking again?
You know she doesn't
Just
like it
poker face turn around.
You know she doesn't like it when you talk.
As the two of you like go back to your business, you sort of turn and head back towards the ship. You can hear a voice, very obviously not trying to mask too much, like just under their breath. Way to go, Greg.
We need friends on the inside. I made you a friend.
Good
And as soon as the ship door is shut, I will say as such.
They will not allow you to close the ship door.
Okay.
They are
We
right
gotta
there.
head out.
Okay, so as we
No.
make some distance from the soldiers, I will whisper that to you. I'm like,
So you've just gone back into the ship, and you're just
Yeah.
like, okay, let's have a private
"Make some
conversation.
friends."
Door stays up.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, my lady.
You can hear the one of the front instrument panels inside the shuttle crackle to life. Shuttle, please respond.
Responding?
We have registered your ship data. You are now authorized to proceed to the point of inception and make your way to the palace. Please enjoy the festivities and have a lovely day.
Thank you.
And you can see that the opposite interior ring wall opens up on its own, and you can see the soldiers kind of like back up and give you sort of a wide berth to exit the craft and make your way out onto the island proper.
Great. Well, I assume we'll go.
Yes.
Well, I don't know.
Yes.
Some people are getting naked,
Fleshy.
disrobing.
We will take up the rear. Are we walking, or the ship's literally going?
No, you're walking. The ship stays
Okay,
here.
cool. So we'll bring up the rear,
Mm-hmm.
You're in
and
front.
you'll
Yep.
be in the front. You'll be in the middle. Yeah.
Honor guard.
Okay, the lot of you make your way across the landing patch outside of the ring, and you can see, again, sort of stretching almost as far as the horizon, this sort of what was referred to as the mirrored sea, this, large body of mercury-like fluid. You can see that it's actively bobbing and moving as, a body of water would. You make your way around to the east, and you come across this plastisteel dock that you saw from the air. You can see that there appear to be currently two almost like large canoe-sized boat-like conveyances, if you will, both kind of anchored in some way, tied off to the docks. They have engines on them. They appear to be powered in some way. So it's not a matter of it's not a literal kayak out there,
Like a water shuttle.
rowing. It appears to be some kind of like a water shuttle almost, but it is open air. Mm-hmm. So it's clearly meant to be. It's more of a pleasure tourist kind of ride rather than like a military vehicle.
Like a
for instance.
gondola or something?
Yeah, think of like a gondola or like a big canoe
Going through
or
Venice,
kind of.
kind of.
Yeah, exactly. Cool.
Except
Um,
motorized.
Except this is sleek and futuristic and it's clearly meant to seriously cut through this fluid and efficiently and with speed.
And no one's singing.
No one's singing.
Okay.
Well,
I'm
not
about
yet.
to.
Like pretty much every time you start to talk, I'll just go shh.
You can see that there is a small guards post at the end of the dock, and there are what look like two similarly uniformed armored guards standing there, one inside the guard post unit, and another one just sort of hanging out on the jetty itself.
Okay. Take notice of effectively what we're going to have to fight our way through on the way back.
Ideally, we won't have to.
We've got to make it a kidnapping now.
We can kidnap, and they can discover that she's gone after me.
Provided that you use the same shuttle going out as you did going in, yes. There are other landmasses on the planet, and presumably, as the wedding ceremony gets underway, there will be legitimate guests who may be coming in their own stuff. So, you know, there may be opportunities for you.
Guests, maybe.
Grand Theft Spaceship.
Yes.
Excellent.
I like this.
Yes, can you steal a spaceship? Is that in your wheelhouse?
I can.
Well, sure. Why not?
Well, first of all, spaceships don't have wheels, so there's no need for it to be in the wheelhouse. That's right.
First of all,
that was the
spaceships
first-
don't have wheels, so...
you're gonna do that here too? Okay. All right. So you make your way down the dock. You can see that the two guards people, the one inside the guard post itself is attending to some kind of like terminal or something. He's not even sort of looking out. The other one is, as he's walking around, can see that you are approaching. You've been cleared already. So he moves to meet you. He says, he takes a look at sort of a display on his wrist. Well, I'm afraid that the wedding ceremony has not quite gotten underway, but you're more than welcome to head to the palace island if you so choose. We'll have you can take one of these vibrotes here to make your way across the sea. I will be accompanying you, of course.
We will choose to
Give
do
a flight
so.
nod.
What? I told you to keep silent.
He kind of the soldier kind of flinches at that. He's not used to seeing the
Shrug.
domestic abuse. Well,
Didn't help us so
if you'll
hard to
all
find.
step into the vibrote here.
Take the first, and then offer a hand to help you into the boat.
Mhm.
I'll stand directly behind you. Wait for you to enter, and then I'll come in.
The guards person takes his seat at the rear of the boat, which has a kind of like a series of sort of knobs and levers. It looks like this is sort of the engine control section
He's gonna sing.
of the vibrote. And as he he flips some switches and begins to turn some dials, and you can feel the boat begin to like vibrate at such a high speed that it almost feels like it's not shaking. It's vibrating at such a high frequency that it doesn't feel. It almost feels like it's not vibrating at all. Only occasionally do you feel that sort of tremor. You're like, okay, it is. And you can see that it very quickly sets off across this sea, cutting a line through as this caustic fluid is pushed out of the way, very cleanly, very elegantly, and you zoom towards that island in the distance that you saw with the black and white sort of palace.
How are we positioned in the boat?
You tell me.
Well, like, are there two seats across? Or?
Basically, you could sit like two people across the width of this thing. Does that make sense?
I will
And
sit
how many
as-
rows are there?
So basically, the way I'm thinking of this vibrote is that two people are here at the sort of the fore. Two people are here in the middle, and then the aft is the soldier who's piloting the thing.
I will try to sit as close to the
You-
engine as possible.
You will sit in the aft. I
and
literally tell
I
you
will
that.
try to
As will you. You will stand in the fore.
vibrate with the same frequency as the engine.
Okay.
You're gonna blow the engine out.
So, are any of us sitting near you?
I am in the
You
fore
can be-
seat,
Yeah, you can be in the front.
so
How
depending how close the seats are together, you
We'll be sitting like behind you, or
yes, you two are sitting behind me.
well, he's back with the driver. I'm the one in the middle, and then you two are in the front.
He's lucky I don't see it.
So I will lean forward and very quietly.
Is Casbiel on the left or the right?
I'll say, well, right. you have a preference?
You are in the 4, not sitting down.
Yeah, but am I to the right or to the left?
Your preference.
So you're like in front of the seats? Is that what we're going with here?
Yes.
Okay, so Kaz is in the front of the seats.
Okay.
And then I would prefer to be directly behind her ladyship.
Okay. Got it. Cool.
And then
Good. So I've got a little map here to lay out.
And then Grim here is in the back with the driver.
Back of the door. Yep. I've got that list. Okay.
So I will lean forward and mumble to you. We need to find jobs for us to do when we get to the palace so we can infiltrate the service entrances. And find a way to maneuver while you do all the noble stuff.
Over the persistent low bassy hum of the vibro, the soldier in the back sort of raises his voice a little bit. Make sure to keep all your appendages, extremities inside the vehicle at all times. If you've never been to Azenomei before, I have to tell you this particular sea is highly dangerous, very lethal. So please take special care when moving about inside the vehicle.
You should let Caspiel sit down.
It's fine.
If he falls out...
He's not going to fall out. He knows what he's doing.
Did you just...
Rolls a
hear
1.
When you get there, I'll see if I can relieve you to mix with the other servants.
If we hit one bump...
What'd you say? I can't hear you over the end.
Yes, I am conferring
Why
with my
so far?
servant. She is being somewhat gregarious.
I don't know what that means.
Talkative.
I like this guy.
Oh,
And smile.
have you been here before?
I've not had the pleasure.
Caspiel, if there's one single bump in this water, you sit your ass down. I don't care what Miss Hoity-toity pants over here says.
You get like a slight nod.
Slap me. I dare you.
Are you one of the...
We're gonna see if somebody can swim real quick, aren't we?
I'm gonna ask the guard. Are you one of the Maganti or Ungro?
Oh, God.
He kind of looks at you funny, and with one hand, he kind of lightly gestures at his armor. He's like, I work for the Naganti family.
Oh, so you get paid for what you do.
Yeah.
Ah, wonderful. Noted.
Are you making noise back there?
What?
It's still the best.
I'm gonna
bit
point at the
every
guard.
time.
When you turn around, I'm pointing at the guard.
He was asking me something about my job.
He's a fool. Do not take anything he says serious.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't. I get paid. Of course I get paid. I wouldn't be on this fucking rock if I couldn't get paid for it. Jesus.
Boat tour guide.
Fascinating.
Why are you vibrating?
Feels good.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
I just awkwardly point at the engine.
Yeah. That's how we get through
That's how I...
the sea.
Yeah.
You see him sort of gesture over to the side. You know what the shit is?
Over the... Like...
He's like pointing at the liquid itself
Mhm.
over the side of the boat.
Tell me. I've never been here before.
You know anything about like quantum shit? You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
I finished. I was sort of middle of the road at Academy, so I don't know too much about it.
It seems like it.
It's like mesons or something like that. These weird fucking particles or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
This sea is chock full of it. It's basically all there is. And
Is it dangerous?
oh, if you go overboard, if you get in this stuff for longer than a few seconds, your molecular structure is all fucked up, basically. That's instant death. Yeah.
Solid.
Now, I don't know what it'll do to.
How do Ungro survive in there?
I haven't a clue. I don't know.
Do they have suits, or that's how they
No,
are?
they just
How many limbs do they have?
something in their skin or their blood. Like I don't know. They're used to these things. I don't know.
Fascinating.
They've been here since forever. I mean, they've been here since the Magante got here. So must have adapted somehow. And they have
Is there any way we can see?
they have
them?
they have 4 limbs. They have
4.
two. They're like me. They're like us. They
Bipedal?
have 2 arms and 2 legs. Yeah.
Heads? Tendrils?
Usually they have heads. Yeah. That was a joke. They all have heads.
Oh, the universe is very big.
No, you're right. It's a little closed-minded of me. You're right. No, they all have heads. They're
Right.
all very humanoid.
Is there a way to see those Ungro servants?
I'm sure you'll catch sight of some of them while you're making your way on the island towards the palace. Of course, if
So they do serve in the palace.
no, not exactly. But there's a part of the palace that's dedicated to the mining, the resocrystal business. So you might see some of them. The Magante are gonna do their absolute best to make sure that you don't notice them, but they'll be there.
Fascinating.
Sir, watch the splash. Okay, be careful.
Can you tell me a little bit about the bride?
Oh, the princess?
Princess.
Yeah.
Acacia? Acacia?
Princess Acacia, yeah. She's a looker. She's nice. She's a looker. That's
So if
really all I know about
if you had a chance to marry Princess,
yeah, fat chance that would be, but I mean, I wouldn't complain.
interesting.
Nice girl, easy on the eyes, plus the Magante fortune. Jesus,
Ganti fortune.
right away, no problem. I'd be set for life. Wouldn't need to wear this fucking tin can anymore.
And she's marrying into some business merchant or some kind.
Some fucking third-rate merchant family, the chick lugs or whatever. I don't know much about it.
So what is it good for her then? If it's more beneficial for the husband.
It beats me, brother. I'm just a rank and file guy. I don't know jack shit about what these nobles are doing. So.
I just drive the boat.
I will,
Basically.
like, there will be a nod from, like, the top to the bottom, just like, agree.
Suddenly you feel the vibro, like, violently buck.
Oh!
I need everybody to make agility checks.
Oh.
Would I do an advantage because I was vibrating at the same frequency?
Nice try.
Agility checks, you gotta beat a 10.
Aha!
I did it.
Nope.
Nope. 7.
Okay. So the vibro
all
like
dies.
as almost as if it was like hit by a depth charge. So you, Asa, Grimoire, you two, basically everyone except for Lady
The important
Constantina.
people.
And what about our friend here?
I don't know. but you can bet your ass that I'm grabbing onto her
He's
as
used
it
to it.
happens.
You're coming with me.
So everyone, with the exception of Lady Constantina and the boat
Ah,
driver,
wonderful.
are lifted up out of the vibro and immediately make contact with this liquid. It is incredibly cold and viscous, like syrup. Basically, it's sort of like pooling around you and like into your clothing and everything like that. It's incredibly uncomfortable,
Cozy.
and you feel a kind of like burning sensation across any kind of exposed skin.
Don't just stand there, fool. Help me get them out.
Jesus Christ! Yeah. So very quickly, he begins to sort of like he takes out what looks like a segmented metal line and puts it together and throws it out into the sea. Like, grab on quickly!
Oh no! My body
I just have favored as one of my starting powers.
Yeah.
You got it.
So the lion
maybe I get to
immediately
go
like
first.
so the lion like comes directly to you. It like flops
Nice.
in the like right in front of you. You grab onto it. You're able to make your way back into the boat. So who's next? So
yeah.
you, because you were like vibrating at the same frequency
I
as the
stopped
boat.
as soon as
You hit the liquid, you feel that like it hasn't actually made contact with you yet. For some reason, you're kind of forming a kind of artificial sort of barrier, disrupting
You got
the
those
liquid
gyrations.
around you.
As soon as I'm back on the boat, I will try to help.
Moleculous.
So you and the boat driver are all trying to pull
you're already
and trying
fine.
to get
You're already back
grab
on.
and pull.
Casbiel back on.
You can upload
You're
yourself
all
to another
sort of
body.
straining at the line, pulling, and you grab onto the thing and you begin to make your way back to the boat. Come on, quickly! You begin to feel that stuff is like actively trying to like crumple your armor, like it's beginning to like
Yikes.
affect
Yeah.
your armor in some way. And very quickly, you, as you're pulling and pushing, trying to get Casbiel back into the boat.
He's already in, right?
Well, he was able to just sort of
Yeah,
like
that's what-
glide
okay.
towards
Vibrate.
the boat. Yeah.
Right, cool.
Yeah. Almost like a jet ski. Like, you know.
Hence when
as you're pulling Casbiel back into the boat, you hear what sounds like a noise, and very quickly you feel what feels like a gust of wind to your backs. You turn, Lady Constantina. Were you helping with the line? Okay, I didn't know if there was. I don't want to touch. You know. So
Is it above you?
you turn. You realize that the guard is gone, and you hear in the distance, off to the side, what sounds like another, and you see a disruption in the liquid.
Okay, we gotta Caspiel up so I can steer the fucking boat.
Yeah, well, we're under attack.
Okay, everybody who's helping with the rope, make a brawn check.
It'd be better if I didn't help.
Make a brawn check. It's a 10, but have advantage because you're using this incredibly sturdy sort of metal
Did I
cord.
see anything? They were
Yay, 12.
pulling each
Unbelievable.
other out.
Oh, so you weren't
Sending
dealing with the
twos?
rope.
Yes, that is
I
two
was
twos.
vibrating further.
You saw a flash of what looked like. It looked like to you. It happened within a span of a second. It looked like basically part of this liquid like leapt
Parted.
out and took the guard with it. It was vaguely shaped in a kind of like a football-esque kind of shape. Not that small, but in that general shape. It was massive, like the size of like an orca whale or something like that. He jumped, essentially leapt out of the liquid, grabbed this guy, and then before you knew it, he was gone.
Ah, well,
So I managed to roll 2 2s.
I rolled 12, however.
Okay, so you rolled a 12.
Yeah.
Okay. What's you roll that too? Sure. Because you're trying to help.
I hope you're trying to help get back up.
21.
Very good. Okay,
Great.
so you find that your delicate wrists are just a little bit overstressed on this. You decide to let the beefier members of the party take care of the business.
No, I'm more beefy than both of them.
In terms of brawn,
Yeah.
No, you're
I'm
not.
at 9.
I'm a 9.
I'm a 10.
Oh, Not
13.
bad.
Just rolled badly.
I said both of them, not
Yeah,
you.
no.
I saw the hands going out this way, so I made an
So between the two of you, you manage. It's mostly you, just like actively like.
I'm just
pulling
like
yourself
trying to hold
duty.
on to the other side. Just really don't want you to die.
You
Would be nice.
flop back inside the boat. Now that everybody is back inside the vibrote, you realize, Casbiel, that your armor feels like it basically feels like kind of hard to describe it. It's like spongy. Like instead of it being sort of the hard carapace like plates of your armor, it like bends and squishes a little bit. Like
As soon
it's
as everyone
got this weird sort of
in the boat,
material inconsistency.
I will turn on the engine and just like start getting us out of here. I saw how this guy was doing his stuff.
Okay.
So I'll try to.
Yeah, because you're
And the boat wasn't like shut down when he was, I assume. Right?
when this happened, he very quickly shut the boat off.
Did he?
So you just
Well,
turn
he
it back
put
on.
it to a standstill. Yeah, it was still
Okay.
running, but it
Okay.
wasn't.
So
Otherwise,
I'll
we'd be
I'll
left
try
behind.
as soon as we're all back. Well, he's gone.
Okay.
Do you
So-
know where we're going?
To the castle that is right in front of us.
You can see in the distance, like it's pretty obvious that you heading in the same direction. So very quickly, rocket forward on the boat, cutting through the mirrored sea. You can see in the distance what sounds like a noise as a shriek comes from like deep behind you, and you can see what looks like sort of a hand extended out, like dripping in this sort of mercury-like fluid. And very quickly it gets yanked back down with terrifying speed. And then behind you, in sort of the wake of your vibro, you can see that there are what look like these sort of dim orange lights that are appearing below the surface of the mercury-like liquid. 1, 2, 3, 4, all
Get your weapons
making
ready.
their way towards
They're
the-
following us.
I'd like to use know things. Once per session, you can ask the GM a question about your current situation, and the answer will provide you with a definite advantage, though not necessarily the knowledge or direct means to enact it. Drinking is optional.
What the fuck are those?
Okay, so I can tell you that it seems unlikely that, since you've never been to Azenomei before, that you would know precisely what those are. But given that, okay, this is basically like essentially a water planet where the water
Yeah.
is some strange other liquid. It's probably some kind of a wildlife of some kind of fauna. No, yes, some kind of fauna that like lives underneath the surface of the sea and like feeds on sort of smaller
Flesh?
species. Maybe.
So they're okay. I was just hoping for something other than
They appear to
what I
be.
couldn't just.
They're probably flesh-eating, fish-like
They're sharks.
creatures who, based on
hunting tactics.
the hunting tactics, based on what little you saw of these creatures, they probably have some kind of means of camouflage or maybe blending in, and they're also, based on how quickly they're catching up with the vibro, pretty fast swimmers.
Don't suppose anybody knows any fire spells?
Ungro slays are following us. Draw your weapons.
I mean, I'm drawing the bolt pistol anyways.
I got my sword out.
Fire? Anyone? Fire?
Oh yes, I do things.
Do things!
Oh,
Move! I'll take over steering the boat. Move! Do things!
Okay,
okay.
let's start combat.
Let's
There's an
learn
example
combat.
of like that's how combat works. Okay,
I will
So-
do some fancy maneuvers.
the way combat works is fairly simple. So you need to decide whether you're going to take a fast turn or a regular turn. Now, what the difference is that if you take a fast turn, you can only do one action, but you take that fast turn right at the top of the round.
Okay.
So player characters who are taking a fast turn, decide amongst yourselves what order that is, but you go first. Then enemies that are taking a fast turn, 1 action, they go. Then player characters that are taking a regular turn, they get to do 2 actions.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously they go sort of in the middle of the pack. Enemies taking a regular turn go. And then the round ends and it starts over again.
Do we choose?
I'm gonna take a fast action, but I gotta use the bathroom.
Do we choose our actions every initiative round, or
Yeah.
we choose it now? And
No. It's not yet.
Refresh
It's like
every
every
round.
round you're like, okay, this is what I want to do. I want to go fast this round. Or I'm going to take a regular turn this round.
I think we should all get really low and let me like zip and zoom and try to find a way for us to get through without getting chewed up. While you guys shoot, maybe?
Yeah, I'm good with like a fast shot or
Okay. I'll take a slow turn just to like to ascertain what way to maneuver the best.
yeah,
And
then
give you guys an opportunity to hunker down so we don't fall out of the fucking boat again. But also, like, if we get low, then they're less likely to be able to jump up and grab us, right?
yeah, that sounds good. Is there like an aim action that a slower maneuver would let me do, like aim and shoot or shoot twice?
The way that the weapons work, you can only do...
Like a shot per round.
Well, no. Per combat action. So if your gun didn't have reload on it,
Would be able to do.
would be able to do 2 shots. If you took 2 actions, you could do 2 shots. Yes. You see how that works?
Mm-hmm.
Here's an example of like just regular, like things that cost 1 action. Making an attack with a weapon, moving a short distance, disengaging so that you don't provoke attacks of opportunity, retrieving and drinking a potion, performing a special maneuver, standing up from being prone, using a power that says it takes an action to activate. Right, that makes sense. Right?
So yeah, I'll probably do like a shot and a reload then.
Okay, so you're going to take a regular turn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
How far are these creatures?
They are
Short
about...
distance?
They're at the short. Yeah,
Okay.
they're short range.
Okay. I will do fast distance.
They're several feet away, but they're
Fast
closing rapidly.
Right.
So you're going to do a fast action.
Fast action.
So who's doing fast actions? You, you.
We're doing normal actions, I think.
These 2 of you are doing normal?
Yeah.
Cool.
Sounds good.
Okay. So, between the 2 of you, who's going first?
It doesn't matter to me. Do you want to go first?
Make sure you guys try to get low.
Get low.
Sure.
No.
I will extend my
Just
right.
get down low.
I will extend my right hand.
Okay. Pump. Single shake.
It will mechanically open up, and I will shoot a blast into the closest light that I see under the surface.
Okay.
Cool.
So roll for me. We'll do an attack roll. You'll add your agility modifier.
A 10. Straight 10. Just zap.
So unfortunately, so the bolt, and there's a quick splash of this liquid, but it doesn't look like it made purchase. The
Well, that's
light
the power. Wouldn't that be mind?
No, it's...
Sorry, what?
Actually...
Processing.
Processing as a ranged attack. So it's
Yeah.
agility, yep.
Yeah.
It's not a spell.
Yeah. So it's.
It seems like I killed one, and then I ducked down.
Yeah. You clearly saw that it missed. That light is still coming.
yeah.
Yeah. But there was a big, impressive like
Yeah, sploosh.
sploosh.
Okay.
Okay. What about you?
Well, I'll draw my sword and cast shield at level 3,
Okay.
and took 3 damage to that. So
3 mind damage, and you've got your shield up for this scene, which is going to give you +3 to your defense, right?
Yep.
Cool. There you go. Okay.
Do you duck down?
No.
You see that all of the creatures very quickly kind of almost are swimming in a kind of like crude formation, and they move with a burst of speed. They use their fast action to close the distance. They are now basically like able to... They're right on the heels of the vibro now. Okay, so what about the 2 of you? Which order do you want to go in?
Go ahead.
Doing-
No, you go first. So everybody has a chance to get down before I do maneuvers.
Draw. Shoot.
So you're gonna shoot, and then your second action is reload. Is that what you want to do? Cool. Okay. So fire away.
Oh. We're back with 10.
10's gonna miss as well.
Killed another one.
There's that
Yep.
hot lead ejection.
Nailed it.
Unfortunately, shoots through the water. Doesn't seem to make any purchase. There's another splash. It's a little closer now, and you have to sort of actively like twist a little bit to avoid getting any of this caustic fluid on you.
What is
Low
the
reload.
damage to his armor? Does he know yet?
No, he doesn't
We'll
know
find
yet.
out in a moment, I'm sure.
Okay. Cool.
That's a good question.
Do you also duck down?
I mean, yeah, get as low as I
cool.
can
Great.
after a shot without.
Did you do
taking
so as
an
well?
action
You're
to
kind of
do so.
like in the
I'm
boat,
kind of
crouching,
I'm not crouching, but I'm kind of steady.
hunkered down. Yeah, you're trying to like make sure that
Okay.
grab onto the side or something. Cool.
All right. What could I do to figure out the best way to maneuver and try to avoid them, like a strategic?
That'll be mind roll.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
So
Let's see what-
let's do mind. Let's do a target number of.
I don't know how smart these things are, so.
Let's do a target number of 12.
All right. See what the fuck happens. Thank Christ. 22.
Nice.
22, okay. So very quickly, okay. These things are fast, agile swimmers. You're not going to beat them on speed or maneuverability alone. So your options here, it looks like, okay, so you can either confuse them in some
That's what I was
way,
thinking, yeah.
or you can just straight up like eliminate them from the possibilities. That way you don't have to deal with them. But there's no telling how many more
Yeah, I'd
live
rather
out
just
in
confuse
this
to
in the
get-
sea. As to how exactly you're going to do that, you're not sure. But like, it looks like your best bet is to somehow like hoodwink them or confuse them in such a way that they essentially lose track of you.
Okay, and you said they're all like right by the boat? Are they trying to get ahead of us?
No, they're like swarming towards the back, like
The back?
closing in
So what
where
if
where
we
the engine is.
Are they moving at such a pace that if we suddenly just stopped, would they be
Hit
able
the
to
brakes.
stop themselves before they crashed into each other?
Who knows? It looks like the way that they're swimming towards the boat. Two of them might like shoot slightly past along the side, and then two of them might just go directly into the boat.
Well, them slamming into the boat is better than them.
Depends on if they slam into the boat or if they just eat the back of the boat.
Right?
Or if they tip the boat.
Or if they tip the boat. Okay, so what are the options? We could just stop. We could just slam it into reverse. We could try to whip around and like slam into them. What?
You guys have encountered some new creatures,
A new threat.
and so wonder
Cool.
is being
Did you give us an extra one
paid.
for me?
Ah, yes.
Wow,
That's useful.
Thanks, that's why I took it.
So you've gained
was like-
another 3 wonder.
I might die, but I'll give us a bunch of wonder first. Alright, so let's see, what's going to be the...
You have 2 actions.
And this is a straight, there's no
turns.
turns, there's no other ways to go. This isn't a Bond movie where I can like take side streets and go up sidewalks.
This is open sea. Like there's nowhere to go.
There's nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Okay. How far do we have until...
It looks like you're talking about
Minutes?
you've got maybe 6 minutes of piloting still to do before you make landfall.
Okay.
It's still a ways away. Like it's still, just sort of like that glimpse on the horizon.
Okay, and we only can see the 4 and they're like... Their trajectory is around... Okay.
There's a boat.
Yeah.
That's where they are.
Okay, all 4 of them are right there?
Yes, they're like swarming around the back. Now they basically they're at speed with you, right?
Cool.
So they're,
Okay, so what I want to do is...
it better be good.
I'm not the best strategist in the world. I was hoping the roll would help me. figure out how to do it.
I think only George W. Bush has ever been a strategist.
Strategist, whatever the fuck. I'm not good at this.
He's also,
I'm trying.
also the
okay?
decider.
I was maneuvering. You pushed me away.
Yeah, because I don't have any fucking weapons.
Out of the boat.
I'll just
We're done with
knock
you.
you off. Fuck off. Okay, so what I kind of want to try to do is I want to slam it in reverse, peel to the whip the boat around to the left, slam into him a little bit, and then just take off in that direction and try to confuse him.
It's like sideswipe.
Okay.
Sideswipe and go.
Give
so reverse,
me-
sideswipe, go.
Because of the piloting mechanism of this thing is less it's more analog and more manual than most things.
Okay.
You're gonna make an agility check. You're gonna have advantage on this because it's like piloting,
Thank
it's like
fucking Christ.
using these sort of levers and knobs and stuff like that. But the check to beat is a 14.
Okay. 17.
Nice.
Very good. Okay.
The other one was a 12, you guys. I'm really glad I had advantage.
Close one.
So we'll say that's 2 actions. That's
Yeah.
A pilot.
basically
and an
like
attack.
slamming the brakes, and
Thinking
then
about it and then
slamming
doing
in,
it.
and then, yeah. Okay. So you pull the knobs and pull
And I
the
say, hold on!
pull the lever down. Immediately, you feel the vibro kind of lurch backwards slightly, almost like it sort of skips back, and then it judders off to the left, and it smacks into one of the
was hoping for 2.
the
That's
creatures.
Please tell me it does damage.
Yes, it
Yeah.
does.
To the boat.
No!
Does damage to the boat. The boat explodes.
We're all dead.
Cold
Bye,
it.
guys. See you later.
Congratulations. You slowly.
I'm fine.
into
I'll
the-
take another body.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
you can just vibrate us across the.
Or that, yeah.
So roll a d6 for me.
Okay.
Show
3.
them.
3. Okay, so this thing, and you feel like the boat judder, and you can hear the
Sorry.
noise.
Not to him,
And
to you
you
guys.
arc off to the right.
And I'm just going to keep, trying to bob and weave, boys.
You can see that at least one of those lights underneath the surface is sort of moving around in sort of agitated back and forth motion, and the other 3 are sort of circling around it, slightly confused, and you can see that it looks like 2 of them are very quickly able to sort of get back, hone in on your location, and they zoom on after you.
2, though. So
It's
far.
more doable.
Okay, it's a new round. Fast or regular? Who's doing fast?
I think I'm going to do regular. Just keep
I'll
what I'm doing
do
here.
regular this time.
Regular?
I think I'll do regular just in terms of
Reloading.
Well, no. At this point, I want to deal with them either coming out of the water or at least within melee range.
Sure.
So I'll probably take slow then.
Are you going to punch a
do
mercury
regular.
dolphin?
Okay, regulars.
Claw, but yeah, basically.
Okay.
Okay, then the 2 creatures that are shooting through the mirrored sea, they use their fast action. They, in a burst of speed, they close distance
Yeah.
between you and between the boat and themselves. They are now right at your heels. Okay, regular action. So who's going first?
Not me.
I'll go last.
So these things are
So I
within
can react
short
to you guys.
range.
Okay, so still not quite melee ready.
Well, they haven't surfaced, right? They've been under the liquid this entire time, right? If one of these 2 to the rear were to sort of leap out, you could conceivably get a melee swipe in, but they would have to do that first.
Okay.
You see?
Can I prep for said action?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you absolutely can. Yeah.
I'll do that. So
That's one of your actions.
So do we have... Oh, 2 actions, right?
If
the
you take a
pistol.
regular turn, you've got 2 actions.
Can we attack twice?
Yes, you could.
Oh, wonderful.
If
long as
your
you
weapon
reload.
allows that, yeah. His has to reload, so...
yeah, so holster the pistol, and you just see these 2 arms kind of extend out of the back and just prep up.
Wow, that's gross.
You haven't seen that before?
I'm sure you know. He says it.
He
every
says it every time.
It's
I love how we all came to that same time. We're
That's
like,
even better.
Wow, that's gross.
That's even better.
Cameron does the zoom up.
Gee, if you don't want him to use your jacket as a toy, you should pick it up.
Oh no, yes. I'm gonna use my hand zap cannon then.
Okay, you're gonna try to
Twice.
zap one of these? Okay, twice. Okay, very
Because why not? Kind of like peek out from the.
good. Yeah. Okay.
No, it's more like.
Well, sure. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Let's scratch
What?
that.
So that was a miss, I'm pretty sure.
that was a 4.
4 plus your
Watch it on the turns.
4 plus your
Okay.
agility mod, right?
11.
He doesn't have it.
11.
Okay, 11.
Nice.
That,
11.
That hits.
Nice.
So roll for
Found
damage.
it.
Roll for
We went
damage.
fishing and we found it.
Can I use 2 of the wonders?
Take 2 harm for pun.
And I will gain
Make it a brutal blow.
brutal blow.
Is everyone kosher with that?
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea at this point.
Brutal means that you roll your damage dice twice and take the better result.
Yes.
It's like having an advantage on damage.
Let's do that.
Okay,
Take
so that's
2.
2 spent.
Yes.
Everybody.
Got
Damn. Well, it's still-
4 damage.
4 damage. Okay.
Yes.
Still not bad, man.
4 damage.
Blast shoots out, punctures the water. You can see that there's this big sort of like depth charge style splash, and you can hear another sort of throaty gurgle as you see one of the lights sort of bomb and weave. You can see that enough of the liquid has been sort of disturbed by this blast that you begin to see a glimpse of the creature itself. It appears to be this like this massive, fleshy anglerfish-like creature, clearly with some kind of like what they call a head
head
lure,
lure,
basically.
yeah.
It's this bright orange glow now that it's not suppressed by the mercurial liquid. And you can see that also this creature's skin is almost indistinguishable from the mercury itself. It's the same color, some of the same striations and everything like that.
I'm going to say 2 things to the crew. I'm going to say, well, first thing I'm going to say to the creature, you one ugly motherfucker. And for the crew, I will say, first blood!
Wait, so you got 1. But this is first blood.
I mean,
I'll just yell. Yeah, now you hit 1.
There it is.
Oh, I need that.
Okay,
Only
so
a D12.
one shot misses and the other shot connects and gives
Yes.
you a kind of gives really all of you a good glimpse of like exactly what this thing is. Okay, very good. So who's next?
I believe that's me.
Well, you can anyone can go whenever, but if you want to go,
I think everybody else is went besides Rachel and me.
well, you prepped.
Yep.
So what was your other action?
Holster the pistol.
That doesn't have to be an action. That's whatever. That's a minor thing.
Taunt it.
Strike a
I
pose.
don't know.
Yeah, do we have something like defensive then? Because at this point, I'm just waiting for him to get close.
You can
How about
prep to
combat?
hit twice if that's what you want,
Sure.
Oh.
Take it.
right?
Sounds good.
Okay.
That sounds good.
All right. So you're gonna go?
Yeah.
Cool.
So I will use one of my actions to parry, which
Okay.
gives me a +5 to defense,
Nice.
nice.
and then I will prep my other action to strike with the sword.
Just in case anything leaps out. Very good. Okay.
More maneuvers to try to avoid them. Just kind of like bob and weaving,
Okay.
trying to get a like full on speed, but also trying to not go in a straight line.
All right. Agility check. Advantage.
Okay.
DC 14.
Nat 20.
Very good. Okay.
Nice.
That's it. That's all. That's the only one I'm gonna get tonight, guys.
So roll a d6, please,
Okay.
and
2.
make that brutal. Roll again and take the higher.
5.
Okay. So you manage to sort of you essentially juke the boat off to the right, You hear it sort of collide with one of these creatures, and there's a heavy sort of shearing sound combined with what feels like a cracking. And you see one of the lights in the liquid immediately go out. You hear this sort of gurgle. You're not able to put any distance between the two of you, but it's clear that you essentially
One more is down.
road killed. Sea killed? Yeah, one of these creatures.
Way to go! Aren't you the one who doesn't like to kill?
Shut up! It was an accident.
Okay, so we're back to the top of the round. Fast turns. Fast turns.
I'll do
you
slow.
guys, you're prepped.
Still
You're prepped.
Yep.
I'll
Taking
do
it slow.
Normal.
Yeah.
Normal turns. Okay. So you see the one light that's remaining. You see that it closes a foot or two of distance, and then who's at the very back?
I'm driving, so
That would
me.
be
Okay.
us.
Yeah.
This thing leaps out, heads directly towards you. You can see that it sort of leaps out. Its maw opens up with all of these sort of rows of incredibly sharp teeth.
I mean, I'm as low to the bottom of the boat as I can get and still steer.
Nice.
Just for the record.
It will have disadvantage to try to attack you, but it's still going to be able to attack you.
Yeah.
So
Making that bite.
it's going to try to bite you.
That's good.
So that is a 15 to hit you. No, 14. Excuse me.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
I have a 10.
that's 5 damage, and it's excruciating as these teeth make purchase in your skin. There's a kind of a hot stinging sensation. You lose one of your actions to pain on your next turn.
We knew each other for a long time, right? Can we
Yeah.
assume that whatever happens to your body goes to research purposes?
No.
It's a good time to write out a will.
In fact, I'm pretty sure I've written it down in writing that you cannot, and made you sign it at this point.
Alright, do we get to attack now?
Yes, because there's only the one that... The other two have been trying to close distance on you to try to make sense of, like, where'd you go? I'm going to try to close
Make
distance.
up
There's
time,
only
yeah.
one that has leapt out and has essentially sunk its teeth into Ace's
Can I
shoulder.
get first
Oh
swing?
shit! I thought he hit one, and another one
Go
was
back
dead.
and forth. If one of us doesn't drop it.
Well, one person needs to go.
Yeah.
They take their action.
I have
so
one
it's-
action, so why don't I just go?
Okay.
Why do you have one action again? What'd you spend the other action on?
Parry.
That's right. Yes. Okay.
But I got a 4, so
Okay.
it's all you.
So because of the flailing as Ace is trying to get this thing off of her,
But
you take a
refusing to
swing,
let
but
go?
like there's not a lot of
Of the rudder or whatever.
yeah.
Okay.
What about you, Casbiel?
Swing one. Probably do 21.
21 definitely hits. I assume that was not a natural 20.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Got that wonderful +3.
Yeah, he's got a +3 on brawn.
Okay. So, do I add brawn to melee weapons?
No.
Yes.
Only if you...
Oh, not in damage.
Not in damage? Okay.
No, the damage is just the damage of the weapon.
Okay. So, I'm doing 6 points of damage thanks to Hard Knocks.
Okay.
Well, if you got hard knocks, you do add some brawn.
Yeah, it's half brawn rounded up. So, yeah.
Okay. So
Six
6
total.
damage total.
Mhm.
Very good. Yeah, but adding brawn or agility to damage is not a
Not a
part of the
standard.
course thing. Yes, no.
Okay.
Okay.
Second swing.
So you slit this thing across the side, and you can see this sort of like blue, like viscous kind of fluid begins to pour out of the side of it.
Does it let go of me?
Nope, it's still teeth in.
Second swing is a 13.
13 is also a hit.
Get this thing off me, please.
7.
7. Okay.
One shoulder, then another.
You can even take the fucking shoulder. I don't care.
You cut this
I'll
thing
take your shoulder.
into ribbons. There's a sort of a spray of this blue fluid that gets in your face and all over the boat and stuff. But you can see this thing is basically fallen apart into nothing.
Thank you.
It comes out of your shoulder, and then sort of all the chunks essentially splat into the mirrored sea.
Miss
Hey, Gr-
Bell, you are free to continue to drive.
Thanks. Hey, Grimore.
We all participated.
We're gonna need a bigger boat.
There's a Jaws reference.
I'm sorry, I had to. I didn't have
I
to.
don't know if you had to.
I decided to.
Worth.
Okay, so more bobbin weaving?
Okay, so
Or maybe just bobbing because
you went.
it's just me.
So this is technically
Oh, is it your turn?
their initiative because that was their reaction on the
quick
creature
reaction.
attack. So are we at the top of the initiative?
You guys are regular turns now.
So
Right,
you
right.
can take your
Slow
turn.
turns.
Because I'll go last.
Oh, sure. I shoot these guys. Peek out look at the search for the closest light under the surface.
They're at short distance, but so they look like they could close in a matter of a round or two. But you could
Yep.
get some shots off. Yeah.
Zap to the closest one.
Okay.
Hit once
Okay.
for
How much damage?
7 damage.
Nice. How do you get 7 damage? You roll 5.
5 plus 2. I get hard knocks.
Ah. Okay. Yes.
That's
Okay.
2 to
Right.
my
Right.
zap.
That's
Okay.
sweet damage.
Another. This thing hits the water. There's another explosive charge, and you can see what look like chunks of silvery flesh and blue fluid shoot out of the mirrored sea, and you realize that you nailed that one.
Oh, one shot. So, I guess 2 already? Keep attacking.
3. We've killed 3.
Oh no, I was talking just about myself. I personally.
It was like a pep talk for you. Keep attacking. You're doing great.
I've turned away and you know I've stopped listening.
So who hasn't taken their regular turn?
I haven't, so
Oh, good.
I'll go next.
Okay.
Is it an action to move myself between, try to shield her from getting hit again with my body?
No, it's close enough that like.
I would appreciate that very much.
Okay,
Me
so
too,
I'll do
because
that.
I'm close.
I'll
that.
parry, and I'll prep another attack.
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks, your ladyship.
Everyone else?
I think we'll draw and shoot again, and reload afterwards. See
Okay.
how it is.
So fire away.
Yep.
Do we only have
Efficient.
one left? Is that?
It looks like there's only one light following you.
18 to hit.
Very good. That hits.
One pistol is the D8. Damn. 7 damage.
7 damage. Very good.
Yeah. No bonus to that one.
Pierces the water. You can see that there is now this sort of like thick blue fluid trail that's following it. It's still racing towards you, but it's clear that you pegged it. Next.
That's me.
Good job.
What do you want to do?
Just bob and weave.
Thumbs up.
Okay, same
You
check
do-
as usual.
I say I can only
Your
do one
skills
action though, so can I
sometimes
still
are
do it?
very.
Yes, you can still
handy.
do it, but there won't be an attack involved.
Just,
You're
like-
just kind of
That's
like,
fine. I'm
Just
just trying
focused.
to fucking get there.
in that case, agility advantage 12 this time.
Okay. Ooh, come back here. I'm re-rolling that one.
Wanted.
Just hit the blanket. Still not great. Agility advantage? Nope. 6.
Okay. Unfortunately, the pain of the recent wound is causing you a little bit of stress. You're having trouble like handling the
But we are
instruments.
still moving at least. I'm just
Yeah,
not,
you're still
like-
going in the general direction. Yeah. But now because of the way that you were headed, like you're at like a sort of a diagonal towards the
Yeah.
palace, whereas before you were heading straight
We're
forward.
gonna have to redirect and.
I told you
try
the
again.
flesh is weak.
But the soul is willing.
Willing.
The spirit is willing. Okay, fast actions. Okay,
What is?
if anybody taking fast turns.
I'll take a quick shot. Why not?
Okay,
See if we can
Yeah,
finish
if there's
one off
only
again.
one, I'll take a quick shot too.
Cool.
okay.
Do you want to
Go
shoot
first.
first? Okay.
I'll let you have this kill.
See, you
How
jinxed it.
magnanimous.
Yep, that's a 2.
That doesn't.
Wait. It's a 9, so it's a 10. So still a miss.
That's misses, unfortunately. Yeah.
No, this is how you do it.
Is it a 1?
Did you just shoot our boat?
Is it a 1?
It's a 1.
It is the
Okay.
one.
So this is how you do it. The boat and the turbulence of sort of the water bumps you
I
slightly.
just imagine I track this light and I shoot exactly where I target the engine. Just
You basically fire, and the bottom half of this sort of like blast essentially skims across the engine material, like the engine block.
God.
And you very
Damn it.
quickly feel the boat like begin to rapidly slow down and to stop vibrating.
Are you fucking kidding me, Grim?
I will start vibrating and pretend like nothing happened.
I have to repair the goddamn boat.
Okay, regular turns, please.
I think I'll go and repair the boat now.
Okay, fair. Do you have any materials for that?
Whatever's on the boat.
There's not. You guys are on the boat.
Great. Can I use him? I'm kidding. No, I won't do that.
Lend me
Technically,
your arm. Yes, you could.
I was thinking about it, actually.
Just take out his chest materials and shove it in there. No. I will. Can I just? I
Part
don't
of
know,
the
like
boat.
a piloting roll to try to like get whatever speed I can and redirect us towards the
Sure.
castle.
Yeah.
Is that advantage 12 again, or is it advantage 14, or what do you want me to?
First of all, you need to make sense of the damage. So that's going to be a mind check.
Okay,
You will have advantage because, again, you're a pilot. And we'll call that a 12.
mind 12. Okay, yeah, I got that. It's 14.
Okay, so you can see that it looks like the accelerator and the vibration compensator have both been damaged. It looks like you're rapidly losing speed. So unless you get this thing patched or repaired or find another means to propel the boat, you're going to very quickly be dead in the water. But you're able to, if you make a successful agility check with advantage, DC 12 as well, you can sort of like, at the very least, fight with the controls to maneuver it back towards the island. But you realize that that problem is ahead of you. The engine's going to go out at some point.
Is there a comm board?
No.
There's no comm on this thing.
You're going to get out and push.
Okay, well, I'll make my agility roll and see what the fuck happens.
Okay.
Ooh,
Thank Christ, I got a 15.
nice.
Damn. 15. Very good. Okay. So you're able to, you're fighting with the controls. The thing is like sparking and smoking, but you're able to like course correct. You can feel the boat, again, still very rapidly slowing down, but you angle it off slightly back to the west, and it is now heading directly towards the island. It looks like you have maybe another 4 minutes
Too
left.
long.
Yeah, and it
We're
looks
not gonna
like
make it.
this thing's gonna
So unethical.
fall out. Regular turns? Anybody else?
Oh, I
It was you, right?
Yeah. So it didn't take a slow turn?
If enemies take regular turns, they go after.
Yeah, so it took a regular turn, not a fast turn. That's what I meant.
No.
It hasn't
It
taken
hasn't
a turn
taken
yet.
effect.
It's
regular.
your
turn.
fast turns, enemies' fast turns. Your regular turns, enemies' regular turns.
Right.
Yep.
We're at a regular turn, so it did not take a fast turn, right?
It didn't take a fast turn. No. It hasn't done anything.
Okay, so I'm going to parry again and ready to slash.
Okay. So you see this the light shoots forward, very clearly taking advantage of the fact that the ship is beginning to slow down and judder. You see that it leaps out of the water, but it appears to be intentionally short of the boat. It doesn't appear to be trying to leap onto the boat. It sort of like surfaces up in the air, and you can see that the sort of head lure, the angler-like light, very quickly, like a flash bulb. I need everybody to make mind checks. DC 12, please.
Nope.
Made it.
Natural 20,
Solid.
12.
so 23.
I got a 12.
A12,
Yes.
you're good.
4.
Not good.
Yep.
So that's not good, I assume.
No.
So the two of you are stunned for a round.
Nice.
As this, like, essentially this sensory
Christ, I'm not
overload,
stunned.
essentially as like a flashbang went off. You're very quickly blinded, your sensors are scrambled as you're
Oh yeah.
like recoiling from this thing. You are able to see very clearly, like, you have blinked at just the right moment, and like you've seen enough like chintzy fireworks displays in your time that like
That's what's blinking for.
you know,
Oh,
that you're good. Like you're so you clearly see this thing, and then you see that it not surfaces,
Submerges?
but it resubmerges close enough to the ship, the boat, that you could lean out and get a strike out.
Okay, so let's try that. Haven't been rolling well yet, and that's another poor roll.
You need new dice?
What was it?
It was 4.
We got dice.
That's a miss. Okay,
Just
so
saying.
you try to get a shot, but you're just like it's just slightly farther out of the reach of your weapon. Okay, so now we're back up to the top.
These dice are no.
Not happy.
no.
Yeah.
These
The
are no.
boat is rapidly slowing to a crawl. It's basically like you could essentially get an oar out and paddle faster than this now
Is
if
there
you
an
had
oar?
one.
I told you he's getting out and pushing.
Fast turns.
You might have to.
Now you're stunned.
Stunned.
You're
So,
stunned.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm good.
How do
So
you
what
feel
about the
about
two of
using
you?
your sword to push the boat?
I do not want to damage my sword.
Do you want to stay here?
If it means not damaging my sword,
Okay, cool. I'm gonna tell them to eat you first.
you can try.
The boat is going to die. It's not going to run anymore.
He can vibrate. Let him push.
I'm going to keep the boat going as long as I can,
Keep her steady.
while in excruciating pain and arguing with a brick wall.
Yep.
So is it a still advantage thing? Like, what am I rolling to try to keep the boat
What
going?
exactly are you doing to keep the boat going? See, that's
I'm
the
not a
thing.
mechanic, so I don't know.
You know, in that case, you don't know what to do.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you explain to me what you're trying to do.
Is there a way to, like, subvert power from somewhere else into where the accelerator is and, like, push it further?
It doesn't look like it, no.
Okay. Is
I
there?
mean, it looks like this thing is like sparking and smoking. Like, unless you knew how to repair it.
Is there something I could, break off of the boat
You
to
know,
use as
for
a board?
3 wonder, you could become an expert on this.
I don't know that it would really help us a whole lot, to be honest with you.
It might.
Do we want to spend our last 3 wonder on that?
Well,
We're doing fine in combat, so sure.
we need to get out of.
We do need to get out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, if everybody's okay with it.
Let's deal with the creature first. and
Well,
then we
I
can
am not
team up.
equipped to deal with creatures.
Because
So.
even if we deal with the creature, if the boat stops, we're not going anywhere.
Exactly, and there are more creatures.
So, probably a good idea to go ahead and use that.
Okay. If everybody's okay with it.
Okay, 3 more wonders spent.
Okay. 8 of 8.
So
Okay.
I'm an expert on this goddamn boat.
Okay, so you very quickly sort of you recall your training days, and you realize, okay, well, this is really just an elaborate sort of like mechanical engine. Like, let me try to make sense of this. You take a moment to focus. Make a mind check with advantage. DC 12.
$11.
I meant to say DC 10. I did mean to say DC 10. So, okay. So you're taking a look at this thing. Okay. So, if you had some loose wiring, some means of like soldering some connections together, and like some metal plate, you could probably patch this thing to the point where it'll operate at like a low speed,
I'm just
but
glad
at
I'm
a
blinded.
speed. Yeah, it'll still go.
So I will just look around and try to find some materials that I can take off the boat itself to make this happen.
You, in terms of like loose wiring, you can't see it.
Yeah.
In terms of some kind of soldering equipment, obviously that's not on the boat, but the sort of extendable sectional metal rope could be repurposed into these, the kind of plating that you need.
Okay, but I still need wires.
And some way to like solder connections.
Why are we stopping?
I need wires.
Yeah, wires we stopping.
Oh,
I need wires and something to make them melt together.
oh, I do it
Did
all the
you-
time.
Did you take your turn yet? Your
No.
regular turn? Okay.
I'll.
Yeah, he's stunned. He can't do anything.
Just use him for scrap.
I've got a taser. Can I?
Tase him.
Do you actually have a taser?
Yeah, remember I've got the not the taser. I've got
The stun gun?
the stun ray.
Stun ray? Okay. what
Could
about it?
I? Would that be more applicable for the wires or the solder?
Well, no, it wouldn't do anything for the wires, but you could
I could
adjust.
solder with that.
You could adjust the ray in a way that it would solder. Yeah,
so I
absolutely.
literally just need some wires.
Yes.
I need wires if we want to get this boat moving.
I have couple.
You're too busy.
As soon as he's done screaming, I will get some wires from him.
I will at that
That would be
stop
next turn.
screaming.
So what's your regular turn?
Okay, so I'm gonna parry again and ready for an attack.
Okay. This thing leaps back out and tries to. So who's still at the back? So you positioned yourself in the way. So it's coming straight for you. So go ahead and make your attack.
Come on, different dice.
Aha! It worked.
Your
So
dice
13.
Thanks.
13 is a hit. Yes.
Yay!
So that's 5 damage.
5 damage. Okay. With a deft, clean sling, this thing is cleaved in half. Both have sail and then splash back into the mirrored sea. And with that, you feel the boat finally judder to a standstill.
Good timing. Wires. Let's go. Come on. Go.
The two of you, your vision is clearing, your senses are coming back to you.
And you see me
Holster.
immediately standing over you, clutching my shoulder. Wires. Now.
What for?
The boat. Do you want to stay here or do you want to go?
I look around. Does it look cozy?
No. It looks like an endless alien ocean.
I will slowly remove my mercurial hand and lean towards you. Wires.
I will extend my left hand, and out of the tips of my fingers, these mechanical-like tendrils will expose and feed out. Ah!
Just rip one off.
Ah!
Like a piece of
Sorry.
like a Slim Jim.
Yeah.
I'll kiss it better later. Whatever. And like adjust my ray and like
I would
solder.
be sorry.
Okay, very good. So you've got your stuff together, and you use your stun ray setting. You adjust that to solder these connections together, and
Great.
sure enough, the boat, as soon as you are done making that last soldering connection, kicks back to life and begins to.
Thank fucking.
The vibration is obviously compromised. It's
Yeah.
only now it
I will
feels.
put my hand up there, and I remember the frequency, and I will vibrate that engine in that frequency.
Okay.
That's cool.
So very quickly, the vibration goes from juddering to that smooth quality that it was before, but you're going basically at a fourth of the speed that you were before.
We're moving.
Yes, but you are moving.
This really
Look at
hurts.
us working as a team.
Yeah, this really hurts. Can you fix this?
What? Oh, your flesh.
My flesh. Yeah. Could you?
absolutely. Well, one
And
of
by
the tendrils.
The meat is damaged.
The meat.
And I don't mean examine the meat. I mean repair the meat.
Oh.
Make the meat.
Yes,
whole.
of course I can try.
Never mind.
No. I'm a professional. I trained it a lot.
You're not.
I will try. Trust me, this is not my first time.
I know it's not. We've done this before. Remember
Yes.
the
Didn't you
time
like
I broke my leg?
Yeah. It was fine, wasn't it?
For you.
He has improved his surgical skills on cadavers.
God damn it.
Permission?
Yeah.
How's
Okay.
that armor look?
So, the remaining 4 tendrils.
We'll have to see how
Out
it
of
holds
my
up in
fingers.
combat, but I do not believe it to be.
That's just what I want to hear.
It
What
will
it
be
should
like
be.
a octopus out of water, just like on your
That doesn't
shoulder. What do I roll?
Okay. Do you have like a power or an item or something that will like heal her?
I'm just
There's
just smart.
specifically a
And
surgery
my
power.
my thing is that I research for like life forces, so I have knowledge of them.
He has some basic biological knowledge.
yeah,
and everything.
yeah.
Okay,
That's my jam.
Probably more than I'd like him to have.
let's roll.
Yeah.
Let's
Oh,
roll
yeah.
mind. Let's do it with advantage, and let's have. How much damage have you taken so far?
5.
5. Let's make that a DC. Because you don't have any materials on you, because you're basically just trying to like
Just patch it. Yeah.
patch it. DC 15.
Okay.
Please don't roll this. Please don't roll.
Oh, that's a 20.
Very good. Okay.
Dirty.
Nice.
So thankfully you're able to, with your sort of nano precision, with your mechanical
Octopus
implements.
slapping. that
Well,
he
it's not just
describes.
like
Yeah,
That's what he describes. I was concerned.
It
So-
looks from the side, but the needles.
it's
are
moving so
there.
quickly. It's like Dr. Octopus, right?
Great.
It's like-
Okay, I'll take it.
So
That's fine.
you feel like pinching and tethering and suturing and everything, and now, despite the fact that it's certainly not disinfected, but the wound is closed, so like you should be good for now.
Okay, now let me get my razor blade. Try to open it and try to do it again, just for practice. I didn't know how this device works.
Oh, so this is are you using this
Right?
right?
Yeah, am I doing this right?
And that's
I will note that motion to use later.
I think that's a good place to stop. We have having learned the middle finger, Jessica.
Just him. I'm sure those two already know.
Now good to go.
Wonderful.
That was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that it's a lightweight enough system.
I say that with surprise, but no, it was just fun. It was good. Gee and I've never played as like friends before.
See, it's not that
And
bad.
you still haven't.
Yeah, we have. No, definitely friends.
Semi-reluctant friendship. Only semi.
No, I think it worked well.
Whoa. It's a platonic relationship.
Purely.
Purely.
Not quite the platonic idea.
Oh no, just interest in the flesh.
Which doesn't
I like-
seem like it would be platonic, but that
No, but it
From
makes
your perspective,
sense.
it's
yeah,
very
'cause
much-
He just wants to learn.
I like flesh.
About
You
me.
are
like
flesh.
flesh.
Or flesh. Or
let's get something going.
I want to examine your flesh in like an autopsy kind of way.
Yeah, yeah.
It makes sense.
It's great.
You get injured. It's useful.
I imagine there are
the
like
fun friend.
times where you sit me down. You're like, no, I could learn so much more if I could open that wound
Yes, yes.
and do it again, and then like
Right.
a third time and a fourth time.
If you could merely just turn your pain off, I could explore
so I
further.
can continue to do this.
I can enable that by scrambling your nervous system.
Right? I just imagine a lot of our conversations are no, no, no. I'm walking away now. No.
Can't walk away. You're in a boat.
Oh, marvelous.
Theme to Gilligan's Island starts playing.
Oh boy. This is interesting. I like the simplicity. Like, the examples of what they suggest, they are random enough that you can figure out that, I can just come up with actually anything. Like,
Yeah.
That's
absolutely
nice.
anything.
Yeah.
That's,
They're tools. They're not specific. Like you can use them in
They're
different
not
ways.
boxes.
Yeah.
Fate without being fate.
yeah.
I like
Like I said, I love the initiative system. I wish every system had something so simple.
That'd be nice, right?
Yeah.
Instead of just.
If I remember correctly, Shadow of the Demon Lord is not that same system, but it has that same idea of like fast and slow turns.
Yeah. I also like the wonder because
Yeah.
unlike like our fate points, we're always like, should we really spend this now or keep it? And this system really encourages you to spend it.
Yeah,
It does, yeah.
Don't stack on it. Just
I wish
Go for it.
you'd been able to roll better so you could have
Yeah.
enjoyed killing things more.
Yeah. Which is pretty good because I roll between a 4 and a 9 in damage.
Yeah. It was good. I liked it.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool story.
It was fun.
Right.
It was,
Never got to the wedding.
Well, you technically the boat is slightly fixed, so you'll get there.
Next time, TM?
Yeah, it depends. I mean,
Depends.
depends what
If we
who's
can get the same
available.
people
And, yeah, I mean,
together at the same time.
You know how it always is.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know the drill.
So we're doing Delta Green on Sunday?
I believe so. Is that correct, Stephen?
Delta Green, yeah.
And it seems like it
Sick
was
again, Scott.
Pretty clear it was sick again.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what literally everyone voted for.
Yep. Last I checked, everybody who had voted was voting for sick again. So I will cast the tie-breaking vote.
And your vote is worth.
I don't know how ties work.
10?
Do you?
No.
I
Never
can't
learned.
do Sundays, you guys.
You can't or you can?
I can't.
That's okay.
Yeah, we understand.
Like if you played like earlier, I just have to wake up super early to work.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I get you there.
That's what
I want to be.
that's what Fridays are for.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we plan to do Fridays for a while, yeah, Jason?
As long as I am able to do Fridays, we'll do Fridays. So, for the rest of this month should be fine.